warehouse is a separate thing.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean...
No, that's a good point. I mean, did you poll the entire warehouse?
No, I didn't.
This man should not have the right to vote.
What? He works for this office. He's the foreman.
Okay, then I propose he gets half a vote.
How about 3/5?
That sounds fair.
I'm gonna go. I'm use the whites only restroom.
That's ridiculous. We don't have one of those.
How would one of you feel if I told you I could put you on a fast track to an executive position at this company?
Holy cow, I'd be so happy.
I wasn't talking to you, paleface.
I know. I meant I'd be happy for them.
What I'm offering is a ticket on a bullet train straight to middle management.
Dwight, I know these programs. Every color is important because together we make a rainbow.
Yes.
I'll slap you in the face with a rainbow.
Speaking of rainbows, Oscar, you are kind of a double minority. Gay. So we at Sabre could really benefit from your perspective.
Dwight, we know Kelly applied. We're not gonna cross her, no matter how good the program is.
I could protect you from Kelly. Will you get out of here? Seriously.
Are we scared of Kelly? That's ridiculous.
Right.
No, it's just a matter of respect, that's all.
I'm not scared.
Por favor, tequila, senor.
I think you've had enough.
What you say, bitch? No, you might be right. Wow. Wow, that was amazing. I thought he was gonna kill you, which I would not have allowed.
What are you looking at?
Wow. Are you that bored?
Yeah, it's just rum. I'm not bored. I'm a pirate.
Is that another motto?
It's whatever you want. Or do you only drink with your kids?
Let's do it. Whoa, that's healthy. Stanley's kind of amazing. He just does not care. On the drive in today, we were coming up to a red light, and he just said, oops, and drove right through it.
You want to see a magic trick?
Sure.
Just watch me turn this iced tea into rum. Abracadabra, bibbidi-bop. And you, my friend, are going back to the minibar. Cheers.
Cheers. I've spent so much of my life telling myself, please don't end up like Stanley. And now I'm wondering if I even have what it takes.
Let's go build an airport. We'll start small, we'll have a car wash, we'll send some cheerleaders to regionals.
We could feed the hungry. Us.
Why do we have to do something together? I volunteer at a clinic on my own time.
Yeah, well, that's just a pickup scene.
Gabe adopts families.
I don't like to talk about it. They always send you a picture. I used to send them my picture. Then, little Labasi here got his village together to send me a bag of rice. So, no more pictures. Yeah.
Well, frankly, a lot of us have been saying something like this for a long time.
Yeah, I've been saying that.
Yeah, and, I think that the very fact that we're including it in our agenda, frankly, is a big step forward.
Did you know I used to be in HR?
I'm sorry?
I used to be in HR. I was a hellraiser.
Okay.
Right.
Great. Why don't we move on?
All right. Moving on.
Great, because I think that, the very fact that...
Ryan, thank God you're here. What you got? All right. Panic Room, Maverick, Nell, Summers, Be the Accused. Where's Little Man Tate?
They were out at 3 different
on,
places.
Man, it's not a Jodie Foster afternoon without Little Man Tate, buddy. All right. Where is my cornbread?
Here you go.
Thank you. Did you get all dark meat like I like?
Yes, I ordered 3 full rotisserie chickens worth of all dark meat.
Where are the yams?
They were out of yams. I got you creamed spinach.
Did you go to the one in Stroudsburg?
Yes.
It's the only Boston kitchen I trust.
I know. You made that very clear.
And they had no yams.
They had no yams.
How strange. Because they always have yams.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, chicken cold.
Yes. Stroudsburg is 45 minutes away.
You know what else is 45 minutes away? Going to the Boston kitchen in Scranton
and then fooling around in the parking lot. That's what's 45 minutes away. I'm telling you, the best cure in the world is comfort food. You know how they say stuff a cold? Well, I don't care what you got. The flu, Lyme disease, emphysema. You eat an entire dark meat chicken, you can walk on the moon. How about some presents? I want to see some presents. I got this, so I can write down for thank you notes.
Thank you. That's
what do we
very
got?
sweet. Thank you. We all chipped in and got you this stroller.
Oh!
Thank
She
you.
already has a stroller.
And this is way worse than the stroller she came with.
She's gonna orbit. That's a $1,200 stroller.
$1,200 for a stroller?
Okay, what else?
People assume that when you buy something with a brand name, you're getting an item of higher quality. False. I buy my clothing by the pound. My grandmother makes my own medicine. My favorite cola is soda flavored. So, am I impressed with the stroller? You tell me.
Hey, Jan, you went to a sperm bank?
Yes, I did.
I donated sperm.
Oh.
Ooh. Maybe I'm the father.
Well, this is a highly exclusive establishment.
Next to the IHOP?
Well, I paid for an ideal specimen.
Are you saying Kevin is not an ideal specimen?
This is a wonderful shower, everyone. Thank you.
I might have done it with Jan.
It's not Kevin's child. Can't possibly be. I mean, I don't know what I would do. Sue? Decide?
I need some more jokes for my speech. Do you have any dirt on Phyllis?
She hates her boss.
Huh. Angela's not her boss.
We stole Dwight's trash can, and we found some of his early attempts at his sign.
Okay, here's, this is very simple. Dwight's workspace. Nice. This one's interesting. The power comes from the font in this one. Shroot space. Very medieval, very England. This one's forceful, this one's very Dwight. Quiet! Dwight Schrute working. It's good. I really heard him on that. This one's interesting. I'm not really sure what he meant by this. Dwight Schrute, privates. Tough to say.
Yeah. He might have meant private eye.
He might have meant private eye. You know what, though? I'm going to be willing to bet that it wasn't a typo. It just is that this wasn't meant to be put on the door. This is for him. This is his own special sign. And we'll keep it. We won't tell him where we got it, but we'll tell him that he should hold on to it. Keep it.
What makes them so good?
I do not know.
I mean, they're just dough twisted up with some candy. They taste so good in my mouth.
That's what she said.
All right.
364 days till the next pretzel day.
I would love for everyone to just forgive me, but if that's not happening, I'm not averse to just buying them all off. All right, guys. You know how we all like the red licorice, but it's always buried behind like a ton of black licorice? Bought it all. Now it's like Red City in there. So enjoy it.
Money bags must be nice.
So you effectively spent, what, $4 on the entire office?
I can't get a handle on it. Am I cheap or rich? I can't.
You're nothing. When I think about all the gas money I spent on you, washing my car to make sure
well,
you...
enjoy the red licorice and good riddance, right?
Whoa, 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 whoa. So you're just gonna throw away perfectly good food?
It's not really food, right?
I'm really hating this Jim guy.
Okay.
I know what you can do, Jim. Take those black licorice, then go get some of those red licorice. Take them in your hand, roll them up real tight.
And shove it up my butt.
Damn it, Jim! You stole my afternoons, now you stole my line. It's not shove it up your butt. It's, I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead.
Eat it.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Eat it.
I'm not going.
Eat it!
It's just so important for you to get your big story, isn't it? To edit everything together, to make it look like there's a villain. Well, there's not always a villain. Sometimes there's just a hardworking, petite woman trying to make a conscientious decision about the rest of her life. Too boring? Did I lose you? Here, is this what you want?
Close the door. This is your fault.
Nope.
Your stupid friend zone. I should have been lovers with her first and then friends. That was terrible advice. Terrible advice. You know my seduction method. I like to get in there and get my hands dirty. You sabotaged me. You sabotaged me, man. What?
Michael, it's good advice.
No,
all right?
it's...
If it's meant to be, you don't have to push it, so just take your time.
I'm suspending you without pay for the rest of the year.
No, you're not.
Okay, no, I am not. Dwight! I want you to take Jim's chair. No! His chair at his desk. He gets it back on Friday. On it! I want you to get your ass out of my face.
Attention! Attention! We only have a few weeks left, and most of you are just as fat as the day we began.
How much weight have you lost, Dwight?
I'm hardly the problem, Jim.
No, you're definitely the problem.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna randomly select 3 names, and these 3 people will get liposuction. Stanley, Phyllis, Kevin. Oh, also, this operation is not covered by insurance, and you will be responsible for your own medical bills. No, that is not allowed, Jim.
You just need to make a quick call.
It's a rule. A rule? Okay.
Yes, this is Jim Halper from Dunder Mifflin. Yep, I can hold.
Just one call.
Yeah, definitely.
Oscar, thank you so much for coming in. I need you to talk with my maid. Just, please, her name is Teresa. Say, hello, this is Oscar, Andy's friend. How are you?
Soy amigo de Andy, ¿cómo estás? Bien, she's fine.
How are the kids?
¿Y los niños? Ah. The 5-year-old is taking swimming lessons, and the 10-year-old has braces. Oh. It's kind of cute.
Tell her, thanks for all the hard work, but it's not working out.
Un momento, Teresa. I'm not firing your maid, Andy.
I would totally fire your English-speaking maid for you.
Hi, Teresa. Lo siento mucho, pero el trabajo tuyo ya está terminado. She wants to know why.
It's not uno thing or dos things. It's like Diaz things. She shrunk my cashmere sweater. She puts the peanut butter in the fridge. So it's like impossible to spread.
She says she'll do better.
I've already moved on mentally. Just tell her that I hired someone else.
She wants to know who.
Tell her that it's you.
Say it. Teresa, hi. Soy yo. Okay, adiós.
Man. That is the hardest part of my job. Oh, she still has my keys. Oscar! Oscar!
What?
Oh, last night, Jenny came over again. And she cooked me dinner, and then we had sex all night long.
Gross.
That's awesome, Kevin.
It is. This summer, I decided to become a liar. I just make things up. It's going great.
How was my summer? I was on a new diet where I couldn't eat any red meat. I lost 2 pounds, and I'm angry all the time.
This summer, I did the Minority Executive Training Program at Yale. You guys, I'm like really smart now. You don't even know. You could ask me, Kelly, what's the biggest company in the world? And I'd be like, blah, 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 giving you the exact right answer.
Everybody, hello, can I have your attention, please? Since it's Valentine's Day, there's something that I wanted to say. I love the women of this office. Pam, I love you.
Michael's got a few tricks for Valentine's Day. He found a place where you can get 12 plastic roses for $10, and he's got a great line. Me so thorny.
I love you, Phyllis. Milady. I love you, Angela. Yes, even you. I love you, Kelly. I love you, Meredith. This is all platonically, of course. And I have one more. And this one goes to me because I'm heading to New York and I need some good karma.
Yeah, but roses don't give you good karma. Roses are symbols of death.
You know what? Just, okay. There you go, smart guy. Whoa, okay. Problem solved. I love ladies. Always have. And you know what I think is the most attractive part of a woman's body? The brains. Because I don't think a woman is beautiful unless she is smart. And also, the brains are where ladies get their best nasty ideas for bedroom stuff.
Dwight's room key. And Dwight's room. What can I say? Old habits die hard.
D?
Oh my God. Dwight got a hooker. Oh my God, I gotta call somebody. I don't even know who to call. Dwight got a hooker.
Get in the closet and tie the doors with the wire hanger like I taught you. No, Michael needs me, but I'll be up in 90 minutes, I promise. Okay, bye, monkey.
Cosmos, just like Carrie Bradshaw.
Great quarterback.
No. Wow, do you have any other brain ticklers for us?
No, that was fun, but we should get back to business.
Wait, hey, Michael, you see that wall?
Yes.
Okay, now look away from it. You don't know if the wall's still there.
What do you mean? Of course it's still there.
Well, you don't know that because you're not looking at it. What if it disappeared?
Where would it go?
Well, that's not, I don't know.
I know where the wall goes.
Okay, so you're saying that if I'm not looking at the wall, how do I know it's there?
Yes.
Easy. Oh, all right. How does the wall know when I am looking at it?
Okay, I think we've gone too far off topic.
How do we know that we are not on topic for a different conversation?
Because it is not in the binder.
Binder? I don't see a binder. I'm not looking at the binder. How do I know the binder exists? Binder? I hardly knew her. So, whoa! Still there.
Hey.
Oh, Pam? Can I see you in here for a second? It's important, so.
Okay. What? What is this?
I found Dwight's wallet in the parking lot.
Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
I don't know what the best play is. Do we tear everything up or do we buy a horse on the internet? I mean, I don't know what to do. What do you think?
I know. I know what to do.
Okay, what?
Okay, put everything back exactly how you found it.
Okay.
Hey, Dwight. Jim and I found your wallet in the parking lot.
What did you do to it?
Nothing.
I'm serious. What did you do to it?
Dwight, I swear we didn't do anything.
Nice try. Cancel card.
Cancel card. Cancel card.
Hey.
How are you doing? I've missed you.
I've missed you too.
Don't you remember me?
Yeah, you gotta give me a hint. Did you meet me at the gym?
No. Who the hell is Ryan talking to?
Are you a client of the Mifflin?
Oh, not again. Melissa! Wait for me outside. God. She is 16 years old. What is wrong with you? No.
Came right up to me.
No.
When
You
brought
playing
her to
this
work.
whole thing, swinging and slinging around a bar like some low-budget lounge visit. Lothario. No. Don't apologize now. You ought to stay away from my daughter. You want to end up on the Stone Phillips nasty man smoke. Don't try to ride.
Back in the 60s, I was with the Grassroots. We toured with Janis Joplin, The Doors, Cream. We had a lot of fun. Now I do quality assurance for a paper company. As you can imagine, drugs played a part. We still do. My work calls last about 90 seconds, and that's about as long as I can concentrate.
Those slide moves are just bush league. Hope I die before I'm old.
I am on the 2-kid sleep schedule, so I'm up and at 'em at 4:15. But no kids, so I honestly didn't know what to do with myself. And then I thought of something.
Here's Dwayne. What the? Oh, man.
What do you think happened?
Oh, looks like Jim got mixed up with some bad apples. Oh, no. It wasn't me. I gotta find Luanda at the alcohol club. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. What is this, a meatball? Really?
It's always more fun to mess with Dwight with an audience. That was usually Pam. So now that she's out, I had to find someone else. Turns out that Stanley is quite the comedy fan. But not everything makes him laugh. He has very specific tastes. Through a painstaking process of trial and error, I found out what he likes.
Jim, come on. So juvenile. What the?
You've been meatballed.
Oh.
Are you ready for some meatball?
Oh, man. This is not very clever, Jim.
I know.
Look for your stapler.
Really, Jim? Really? Very funny.
Okay, good night. What's a haul?
32 meatballs.
Good day.
That idiot's been feeding us for a week.
We'll never have to buy meatballs again.
Last week, I may have gone too far. I'll explain it quickly. Basically, I found out where he gets his clothes dry cleaned, custom ordered the same suit made with tearaway Velcro, and you can fill in the rest.
What? Damn it, Jim!
Now he's trying to get me to bring my children into work. I think it's fair to be cautious.
Okay, let's go, ladies of Dunder Mifflin. Hey, we should have a calendar printed up. Pam, put that in my good idea folder. Let's go.
Are you finished with the sketch?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the type.
Phyllis got a good look.
I plan on plastering this pervert's face everywhere. You can run, but you cannot hide.
I have information about the sex predator.
You have information about the sex predator?
I saw him 2 minutes ago.
Where?
In the women's bathroom above the sink.
Anti-flashing task force! Above the sink. Above the sink. What's this?
Looks like a red wire.
Oh. That wasn't here before.
Well, it's a computer, Dwight. I mean, computers have wires.
Yours doesn't.
Doesn't it?
No. It's going in a different direction than the other wires.
Dwight, I'm really busy. I can't talk about this anymore.
Dwight!
Just
out of
shut up,
here.
Phyllis.
I got 500 feet of red wire at a flea market up by Dunmore High School. $20 for the whole spool. Crazy. What a deal. Oh, he'll be fine. I made it up there.
The moment Darla put the cupcake in her mouth, her daddy pulled her aside and said, "You're too fat. No one's gonna like you if you're too fat." Next time I saw David Geffen was at the Buffalo Club. "I love you, you gay bastard," I said. "You gay bastard," I said. Gay.
Gabe Lewis.
Now listen here, Gabe. You're too fat. No one's gonna like you if you're too fat. I made some changes to my book. See if you like them.
Well,
Now I
Joe.
love reading and I hate being interrupted. Shut up and listen, you gay bastard. Chapter 1. I was born, not into luxury nor poverty, but into adversity. And for that I thank the Lord. My father was a man. That's all we can know. After I learned to ride a bike, there was no stopping me. I would ride up Magnolia Street and down Azalea Lane, which would later become my paper
All right,
route.
good night, Gabe. I just wanted to say thanks again because I really think I made good use of my day.
Going wherever I wanted. I have always been a fighter, and fate has obliged me with plenty of battles.
Really, Dwight? How fast are you?
Let's just put it this way. Last weekend, I outran a black pepper snake.
Really?
Man, what is taking Toby so long?
Oh, I'll just time him later.
And you'll compare the times?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Now, my
Set,
groins are really
go.
tight. I can't...
Am I being mean to Dwight? I don't know. I did just make him run around the building, and I have no intention of timing him. This isn't even a stopwatch. It's a digital thermometer. He does make my life harder sometimes, and on purpose. Like, he tried to put meters on the bathroom stalls as a way of bringing in more money for the company. Hey, 3 more laps to go. You gotta pick it up if you're gonna beat Toby. I should probably get back to work. Hey, Dwight. Wanna haze the new guy?
Who, me?
Us.
Absolutely, I do.
Okay. Okay. Here. So, the next time he goes to the bathroom, I'll distract him. You take that.
Yeah, I know what to do.
Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Welcome to the club, man!
No! What? He looks happy.
Yep. Well. Boss for, what was it? Oh, 4.5 hours? New record. Low. Previous record, Henry Roston. Boss for 9 years, 4 months. And he only left because he had family matters to attend to, and he, what? Michael? It's kind of blurry. It's better. Question. What kind of bear is best? That's a ridiculous question. False. Black bear. Well, that's debatable. There are basically 2 schools of thought. Fact. Bears eat beets. Oh. Bears. Beets. Battlestar Galactica. Bears do not... What is going on? What are you doing?
Last week, I was in a drugstore and I saw these glasses. $4. And it only cost me $7 to recreate the rest of the ensemble, and that's a grand total of $11.
You know what? Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, so I thank you. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer every year. Michael! Oh, that's funny. Michael!
Okay, the client is Haymont Brake and Tire. They're family owned, but don't let that take away your edge.
Come on, Pam, I know you can fail. I see failure in you.
Remember, you're a scumbag, so you think scummy thoughts, like this.
Hello, this is Pam Halpert. I'm calling from Dunder Mifflin. Yes, your paper provider. And I just called to say, your mama is so fat when she wears red, people yell, hey, Kool-Aid. Yeah, your mama's fat. This is Pam Halpert.
Did you buy it?
Did they say
What
anything?
I don't know. I can tell. I don't.
Were they hungry?
I felt like they were confused at least.
Okay. Oh. Dunder Mifflin, this is Erin. Yes, you can. Okay. I will make sure that goes on file. Ladies and gentlemen, we just lost a client. Oh, we
Come on. Good. See you later, Haymont.
No.
You ready?
You kidding? I was born ready.
Wait. I don't know how to tell you this, but we have a little bit of a problem.
Oh, no, what?
The minister just told me that it's tradition for the bestish mensch to be older than the groom.
Oh, come on. I've never heard of such a thing.
I haven't heard of it, obviously. But I'm out because I'm significantly younger than you.
Not significant as a big word.
I think you're... Well, okay. Either way, Dwight, I can't be there for you. I'm sorry.
Jim.
I just really wish there was something I could do.
Michael. I can't believe you came.
That's what she said. Best prank ever.
Yeah, I just got my replacement credit card. Do you want the number? Oh, it's 4793 0032 3313. The security code is 927. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Bye. So Dwight did take the bait. He used my credit card numbers to send a $200 bouquet of flowers to my wife. From me. I could always kind of win at roulette.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
Mind control.
You can't be serious.
That's ridiculous. You know what? Why don't you move that coat rack? Excuse me, everyone. Attention in the office, please. Jim is about to prove his telekinetic powers, and he needs absolute silence. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try.
Oh my God.
Don't. Stop. Dwight. Dwight, stop. Dwight, stop.
No! Oh, no!
Stop.
Oh, no! Yes! Take my rack!
Okay,
Huh? You like
okay.
that?
Seriously. Okay, okay.
Yes, I have a wig for every single person in the office. You never know when you're going to need to bear a passing resemblance to someone.
Oh, yeah. This'll be easy. So just like rearrange the buttons and stuff.
Yeah. Like when he presses door closed, the door's open, or he presses lobby, it goes to the third floor, stuff like that. Can you do that?
Yeah. Let me take a look at the circus board.
Dwight is about to get so hammed.
Hey, did you SMS text message me?
Yeah, I wanted to show you something in the lobby. Come on.
Okay, that's weird. It's just hitting door closed. What?
There we go.
What?
Good.
Is this elevator going up? Hey, the elevator's disobeying us. Oh, okay. We are stuck. We are stuck. Hank, can you hear us? Oh my God. Okay, emergency protocol.
Just calm down.
Pam, try and pry open those front doors immediately.
I don't.
Use your talons. Pry them open.
Okay, Dwight. Oh my God!
Well, don't look, freak.
Dwight, what are you doing? We've only been in here for like 2 seconds.
I got 56 ounces of fluid in my bladder, and we have to establish a pee corner.
Gotta be kidding me.
Pam?
Oh, hey, Jim. Some prankster switched the elevator buttons on Dwight.
I did not do this.
I know. Yeah, and it was going really great at first. I got video.
This is impressive.
Well, you know, they don't call me the Bart Simpson of Scranton for nothing.
Do they call you that?
They do call me that.
You put my stuff in Jell-O again.
What is that?
That's my staple.
No. Do not take it out. You have to eat it out of there because there are starving people in the world, and which I hate, and it is a waste of that kind of
Okay,
food.
you know what? You can be a witness. Can you reprimand him, please?
How do you know it was me?
Hey!
Hey, future baby sis.
Oh, nice to see you. I asked Tom and Pete to come early so we could play a prank on Jim at lunch. Pretty awesome, right? I think they're into the idea. They're probably thinking, that Pam Beasley, she's the coolest sister-in-law on the planet. She's the best. The absolute best. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna say that before ceramics class, I took off my ring, and then when I changed back out of my smock, it wasn't in my pocket anymore, and I lost it.
That's perfect. You know what would be even more hilarious? Remember that thing we did when Jim was in high school with his girlfriend? Right.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, we should totally dog her about being an artist, never making any money.
That is awesome.
Like she basically has a hobby for a job. Oh, yeah.
So not the ring then, the not doing the ring then.
I think this is
the other thing
better.
will get
This is
Jim.
nice.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun.
Okay.
I hate it when we pick on his girlfriends.
They came up with that idea really fast.
Oh, wow. This is my niece Vanessa. She's a trumpeter. And look at her.
Cute.
That must be really fun for you and Marcy, huh?
Yep. She only knows how to play when the Saints go marching in.
Love that one.
Yeah, but she doesn't think she's gonna be like career musician, right?
Here we go again. What is your deal today?
Just saying. How many famous trumpeters can you name besides Louis Armstrong?
Miles Davis.
One.
Chet something.
Half.
point is, man, that there are jobs
Dizzy Gillespie.
Also good.
and there are hobbies. I love baseball more than anything, but you don't see me trying to get on the Mets.
You don't. Pete, you couldn't make the Mets. She's at Pratt. You play JV baseball. Will you lighten up a little bit?
I'm just calling it like I see it.
I don't know if I'm going to make any money
Man,
with
don't worry
art.
about it.
I mean, it's a very competitive field. But I have a professor who says that I have a lot of promise, and if I don't try now, I never will. So,
Guys, what is going on?
We pranked. It was Pam's idea. Pam was the mastermind.
got you.
That was killer. I was so close to blowing it.
What is this thing you just sent me?
Oh, it's really cool. It's a picture of the most relaxing meadow you've ever seen.
Idiot. I know what this is. It's supposed to lull me into a sense of calm, and then a ghoul pops up and scares me.
Why would I do that? Dwight, of all people, I know that you're unscarable.
Damn right I am. Oh, hello, relaxing meadow. I'm so relaxed and calm looking at you right now. Oh, no, a scary ghoul just popped up. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Really? Is this the best you could... Jim?
How are you?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That is the best I can do. Animal control will be here at 6.
6? No, that is unacceptable. Yeah, Jim, you are the number 2 in this office. You need to step up and show some leadership.
I'm sorry, what did you say? So weird.
What? What's so weird?
The bat. I mean, I know I felt it bite me, but look, there's no mark. I feel so tingly, so strangely powerful. Oh well.
It's your job, Halpert.
Ow!
What happened?
That bread on your desk? I just picked it up. It's white hot.
But Jim, this garlic bread is cold.
What? No. It burned me. I'm sorry.
No. One crisis at a time. If a vampire bat was in the U.S., it would make sense for it to come to a Sylvania. Like Pennsylvania. Now, that doesn't mean that Jim is going to become a vampire. Only that he carries the vampiric germ.
So, you're cool to just wait here for animal control?
Animal control? I've been controlling animals since I was 6.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna go home and lie down. Draw the shades. There's just so much sun in here. Bye, Dwight.
Goodbye, Jim. And good luck.
Jim? Hey, I need to give you your Christmas gift now because, well, I'll just tell you.
What?
For the past few months, I've been sending Dwight letters from the CIA.
Are you serious?
They're considering him for a top secret mission. There's his application, and this is where I made him list every secret he promised he'd never, ever tell.
Last year, my boss, Michael Scott, took a day off because he said he had pneumonia, but really he was leaving early to go to magic camp. Wow.
So here's the gift. You get to decide what his top secret mission is. Sorry I didn't wrap it.
Night, Pam.
Night.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I intercepted a transmission earlier, and it seems that the CIA is going to need Dwight down in their headquarters at Langley for training and an ice cream social with the other agents.
We should get him a bus ticket to make his trip easier.
Oh, no, that would be very patriotic.
It costs $75.
Well, maybe the CIA could send a helicopter.
You have been compromised. Abort mission. Destroy phone. Destroy phone.
Someone replaced all my pens and pencils with crayons. I suspect Jim Halpert. Everyone has called me Dwayne all day. I think Jim Halpert paid them to.
Yes. $5 each, and it was totally worth it.
This morning, I found a bloody glove in my desk drawer, and Jim Halpert tried to convince me I committed murder. I think he may be the real murderer. Jim Halpert said there was an abandoned infant in the woman's room. When I went to save the child, I saw Meredith on the can. Yeah. This morning, I knocked myself in the head with the phone.
That actually took a while. I had to put more and more nickels into his handset until he got used to the weight, and then I just took them all out.
Every time I typed my name, it said diapers.
Just a simple macro. You know, these actually don't sound that funny, one after another. But he does deserve it, though.
By the end of the day, my desk was about 2 feet closer to the copier.
Morning, Dwight.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Jim. We've been working together for 12 years. Weird joke, Dwight.
You're not Jim. Jim's not Asian.
You seriously never noticed? Hey, hats off to you for not seeing race.
All right then, Jim. Why don't you tell me about that sale that you made yesterday?
Wellington Systems sold them 10 cases of 24-pound letter stock. Or were you talking about Krieger Murphy? Because I didn't close that one yet. But I'm hoping I've got a voicemail from Paul Krieger waiting for me.
Please enter your password. You have one new message.
How did you know? No. That is sensitive information only for employees, not outsiders.
Dwight, cut it out. I'm trying to work.
You don't work here. You're not Jim.
Jim, I got us that dinner reservation. Greek goes 7:30.
Oh, great. Can't wait.
Jim's at the dentist this morning, and Steve is an actor friend of ours.
I don't know who you are, but you are not Jim. This is Jim. Oh, dude. How did...
Now let's take a look at the street view.
They don't warn you when the cameras are driving by.
Why do you keep reading that garden party book? I mean, how hard are finger sandwiches and tea?
There's so much more to it than that. I've been wanting Schrute Farms to break into the high-end event hosting industry for some time, and this party is a great opportunity. Plus, I've got a secret weapon. Only one copy in the world, and some sucker on the internet sold it to me for $2.
I'm actually really disappointed in how poorly my book is doing. I've only sold one copy.
Clear out this cabinet, people. A lot of these are dead accounts. Scranton Mimeograph Corp? I don't think we're doing business with them anytime soon. It's odd. A letter from Robert Dunder. A valuable artifact has come into my possession. I have hidden it until such time as a person of strong intellect may safely recover it. This golden chalice is of immeasurable historical and religious significance. The Holy Grail.
Did you send Dwight on a quest for the Holy Grail?
I think I'm a little too busy these days to send. Oh my God. I did send Dwight on a quest for the Holy Grail. The Dunder Code. I completely forgot about that prank. That had to be like 6 or 7 years ago. Stayed late every night for a month. Had a lot more free time back then.
I don't get it. Aha. The light bulb. A light bulb.
Okay. Invisible ink.
Whoa. Higher than numbers go.
The ceiling above the county.
Dwight! Down, Dwight! Dwight!
Man, I wish I was there to see his face when he gets to the end. It finds the fake grail? No grail?
You don't remember?
I don't.
An X.
Annex. I must open something in the annex. Oh.
Sidus Introiti, seat of entrance.
What? That's a flush.
The warehouse!
There's nothing down here.
Oh, I expected more from young Albert.
Just forget it. Forget it.
20 seconds to go time.
Got it. Carb up.
Really? Power gel?
Hey, if you want to win, you gotta fuel like a winner.
Okay, we start as soon as I make this shot. Hey, let's go!
Yeah! Hello, Susan. White fruit.
What would you say if I told you we could pull a prank on Dwight at the same time and not be working?
Today, I'm prepared to give you 15%.
What?
He's going through a breakup.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but he's also being super annoying, and I'm not a perfect person.
3 reams! In your face, machines!
What kind of prank are you thinking?
What if I told you I could offer free shipping? Sure, I'll hold.
Not sure. Just became self-aware. So much to figure out. I think I am programmed to be your enemy. I think it is my job to destroy you when it comes to selling paper.
Perfect. So let me just get some basic information from you. Sorry. So sorry. Yes. Could you repeat that?
Magic, 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 magic. And now, Michael the Magic will attempt to escape from extreme bondage. Can he do it? I don't see how he can.
I know how. Dislocate his shoulder and slip his arm out.
No, everyone, now count down with me. 3!
Sorry, quick thing. So, is it true that if you can't get out, you don't want anyone to help you?
I will get out. Oh, yes, I will.
So we shouldn't help you, no matter how much you might beg and plead.
No, all right. This is getting hot, so let's just do this, okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Is everything okay, Michael?
Yes. I cannot tell you how I plan to escape, other than by using magic. That is the magician's code. Separately, on an unrelated note, if you happen to find a small brass key.
I think I left my wallet in your house.
Who cares?
Right here. That's
Mr. James Halpert!
keys.
Stop forgetting things.
I didn't forget them. They're right here.
Mr. James Halpert!
I'm so sorry. I think I forgot that.
What? Idiot.
Miss...
What are you doing?
Hey, I have a question. Who do you think is really the best salesman in this office?
Stupid question, obviously. Mr. James Halpert!
I had an aunt that I was really close to. She was this amazing female boxer. Anyway, she was injured in a fight and she was paralyzed. So you can imagine how upset I was when I found out that she asked her manager to remove her breathing tube so she could die.
Wow. If you want to cry, that's okay. Thanks. A few years ago, my family was on a safari in Africa, and my cousin, Mufasa, he was trampled to death by a pack of wildebeests. And we all took it really hard. All of us kind of in the audience of what happened. Do you want to talk about it anymore? Oh, it would probably take me like an hour and a half to tell the whole story.
Mimi. Yes. Okay. I was trying to throw this party once, and everyone was over for the weekend. And then my Uncle Bernie died, and so me and my best friend, we had to pretend like he was alive. So
Wait a second. That's Weekend at Bernie's. Do you think that this is a game?
Oh, there is a ball.
All right, we're starting over.
Dunder Mifflin. Dunder Mifflin. Good, sounds... This is Dwight Schrute.
Please hold for Ms. Black.
And welcome back to BizWiz. I'm Iris Black. On the line, we have Dunder Mifflin's Senior Sales Associate, Dwight Schrute.
Iris, thank you so much for having me.
Iris, let me tell you, David Wallace is the CEO,
But he's not hands-on.
So the day-to-day operations are entirely under your command?
Entirely is the perfect way to describe it, Iris.
Excuse me. I'm being told by my sound engineer, Steve, that there is a clinking sound coming from your end. Does your shirt have buttons?
Yes?
I'm so sorry. We are going to have to ask you to remove the shirt altogether.
Now then, we were saying, when my workers gather...
I'm so sorry. I am told we are still having problems, Mr. Schrute. Your voice is sounding a little feminine.
That's impossible.
Are you by any chance wearing pants with a metallic zipper?
Okay, how is my voice now?
I'm getting the all clear from Steve. So, Mr. Schrute, what is your response to the Consumer Product Safety Commission that says Dunder Mifflin's paper is toxic?
This is gotcha journalism, but you know what? They're not gonna gotch me.
This is slander, Ms. Black. Slander, I say. I dare you to produce one credible source about this.
Well, as it happens, we have with us the foreman of your upstate New York paper mill, Sandra Mick.
Good afternoon, Iris. It's a pleasure.
I'll get straight to the point. Is your paper toxic?
No, the paper's not toxic.
Thank you, Sandra.
Unless it's exposed to oxygen. Then it becomes extremely toxic.
Do not listen to her. This employee is obviously disgruntled.
What the heck is going on? The stock price is plummeting. Are you gonna get control of the message, or do I have to send in someone who understands the media?
Get out of here, moron.
Hey!
Excuse me, Mr. Dwight, who are you talking to?
No one.
Did you just call Miss Mick a moron?
No, everything's fine.
Are you insulting my guests?
Next movie moves to the top of the queue. So number 5 becomes number 4, number 6 becomes number 5, number 3 becomes number 2, etc., etc. And let's just say that I just sent back Love Actually, which was awesome. And they sent me Uptown Girls, which is also awesome. But guess what? Now I want to see Love Actually again, but it's at the bottom of the queue. Oh no, what do? What I do is this. I go online, I go click, 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 and I change the order of the queue so that I can see Love Actually as soon as I want to. It's so easy, Ryan. Do you really not know how Netflix works?
I guess I forgot.
You're such a ditz.
Ryan, well done. 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Additionally, Pam, you win 10 because she said awesome 12 times. And Jim, you win 5 because she mentioned 6 romantic comedies.
Stop it.
Stop what? You're talking about me in Morse code. You know what? Joke's on you, 'cause I know Morse code. Ha!
Yeah, that's what we're doing. In our very limited free time and with our very limited budget, we went and got a nanny. And then we went out and took a class on a very outmoded and very unnecessary form of communication just so we could talk about you in front of you. Yep, that's exactly what we did.
It all started when Dwight was tapping his foot against the leg of his desk. When I asked him to stop, he said, "I will, when you lose the baby weight."
Very well. I must have imagined it. I apologize.
Detonator. Detonator where? Michael!
Jim, are you clicking a detonator?
It's a pin.
Michael, come on.
Get back to work, Dwight, please.
Fine. Hey, tap away. What is this?
Happy holidays, Dwight. But do not open it till Christmas.
You were so pathetic. How long did this take you? 3 hours?
5 minutes, actually. I am a black belt in gift wrapping.
Yeah, no such thing. They don't give out black belts for things that are stupid. Pfft. Well, I hope it was worth it, because I'm going to take it apart in about 5 minutes.
I think I'll take you a little bit longer than that.
Really? If I can skin a mule deer in less than 10 minutes, I ought to be able to cut my... Michael!
Chicken wire. Merry Christmas, everybody.
So the figures show improvement right there, Michael. And again,
Welcome back.
You never call back.
Every time Michael's in a meeting, he makes me come in and give him a Post-it note telling him who's on the phone. I did it once and he freaked out. He loved it so much. The thing is, he doesn't get that many calls, so he has me make them up every 10 minutes.
Tell him I'll call him back. Oh, you can't just work 200 days there. Oh, no. I don't have time for this. Tell him I'm in a meeting. So,
You have to know how to work this. There's no excuse for this.
Yep.
I can get you a tutor if you need.
Oh. This is a very important client. But I have the most important client sitting right in front of me, my boss, so I will call him back later.
No. Customer service is obviously priority one. You can take the call.
No. Money isn't everything, Ryan, and you're my friend, and I don't want to be rude.
Take the call, friend.
I refuse. No.
Got
My
emails
house,
to
my
return.
rules. I insist.
I insist you take your work calls.
Okay. All right, Pam, would you put the call through? Hi, buddy. Let's think this through. If we ask corporate for that, then
They are either going to say yes or no.
could go either way. We don't know what they are going to say.
Think it through.
You have to think it through, because if they say no.
Can we not?
No, yes, we have to. You know why? Because I don't like to be cooped up in that office, in that box, all day long. Heisman! Because I need to think. Okay, Jim? Oh, Kevin! Ooh! Nice catch. Oscar! Intercepted! Right here. Give it to me. Phyllis, give me the ball. Okay, give me the ball. You guys, Creed, give me the ball right now. Give it to me.
Ryan.
Ah!
Fumble! Yeah!
All right, hey, right.
Woo! Hike!
You all right, Ryan?
Ryan.
Yeah.
Pam!
I didn't think I was gonna have a good time, but I did. I totally did.
I love camping. Anything can happen.
Well, it wasn't camping. It was more of a wilderness retreat.
Morning, Michael.
Ryan invited some of the branch managers and Toby into the woods for a get-to-know-you weekend. Michael wasn't invited. Apparently they already knew everything they needed to know about him. Did you sleep in cabins?
Under the stars. It was really beautiful. You should have come.
Bob and I took rock climbing lessons once. Michael wasn't invited on Ryan's camping trip. Toby went, but Michael didn't go. He wasn't invited.
Who went?
Me, Dan from Buffalo, Mark Chisholm, Jack from Albany, and Ryan, obviously. We had so many s'mores, I finally had to say, no more s'mores. No more s'mores. Ryan invited me to go on his wilderness adventure retreat. It was this amazing, beautiful...
Hey, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I need that room at some point, so just wrap it up.
Michael wasn't invited.
Wow, you guys look amazing. Stanley, I thought you hated Halloween.
Shh. He wears it so he can sleep at his desk. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City.
I like the shoes.
Thank you. Will you help walk me to the fax machine?
Sure. I got her. I can help you. You look amazing.
Inappropriate. Thank you. Who are you, Larry King?
Gordon Gecko.
Oh, from the insurance commercials.
Yeah.
Whoa, awesome. Let's put a smile on that face.
Damn it, Creed. I've been up since 4.
Real. Sweet Stoom, dude. Where are you supposed to be?
Dave.
Cool.
You are a cat.
We were looking for kitten.
So, give me 1 second. Kim Halpert.
Hey.
Hey, New York. Happy Halloween.
Thanks. My costume's getting a lot of attention. So apparently no one dresses up for Halloween here. I wish I'd known that before I used grease paint for my mustache. And I can't even take off my hat because then I'm Hitler.
Wanna see a magic trick? I'm gonna make a pencil disappear.
Hey, how you doing?
Been thinking about my grandmother a lot.
Yeah,
She was about to turn 97.
at least she lived a very long and I'm sure very happy life.
Hmm.
Got you this card. When you're ready, we all signed it. We just wanted you to know we're thinking about you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Daryl. Let's get wasted. Have fun today, big guy. Oh, yeah, party time. Whoop, whoop.
It's possible that some people thought it was your birthday.
Hooray, live it up, Big D. Days like this don't come often enough. Time to celebrate. You deserve this.
Birthday punches! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
sorry.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Can you guys come with me for a minute? I know you saw me with the senator. I think I'm in love, possibly for the first time. So yes, Senator Lipton and I are having an affair. I hope that I can count on your sensitivity, maturity, and discretion. Why?
But the coffee in Peru is much hotter.
Last week, I finally became permanent manager of Dunder Mifflin Scranton. My first project, increased security. I got these doors from a jewelry store that had recently gone out of business. Now they're protecting America's real treasure, paper.
Every morning, I email the day's security codes. Something that's been really missing from my life has been writing secret codes. It's not the KGB, but it's a start.
The tea in Nepal is very hot.
But the coffee in Peru is far hotter.
Close.
This is Tuesday, right? The coffee in Paraguay is far hotter?
Colder.
The coffee in Paraguay is colder?
No, I meant you were getting colder. The correct response is the coffee in Peru is much hotter.
Much, okay.
But that's 3 wrong, so I gotta give you the steam.
No.
Unless you want me to break protocol.
No. No, give me the steam.
It's just harmless steam to panic intruders. I'd like to get harmful steam, but the prices are absurd.
Break protocol! Break protocol! Break protocol!
Oh, I'm saving a fortune on dry cleaning.
Oh, for God's sake. Planking is a very stupid and dangerous trend. Basically, you lie like a plank in weird places. That's it. Sometimes you get run over. Welcome to the internet.
Planking is one of those things where, hey, you either get it or you don't. And I don't. But I am so excited to be a part of it.
After you, my good sir.
I insist.
The search committee finally decided, after a lot of deliberation, on Robert California for the manager position, who took one look around and left. He drove down to Florida and convinced Joe to make him CEO. CEO. Her own job. He talked her out of her own job, and I don't really know how someone does that. But anyway, then the position was his to fill, and he chose...
It's unbelievable. True, I may have been the second choice, but I was the first choice's first choice. And about Dwight, I sensed that he might have some resentment about not getting the job, so I sat him down, we had a talk, and I told him, I need a really strong number 2. I want you to be my enforcer. Smart, right?
Very smart.
This has got to stop.
I can't get down.
Kevin! Yeah, at first I was really disappointed. But I've got a great daily routine going right now. I've upped my karate to 8 times a week. I've added boxing, lunches, and on weekends. I do kickboxing 3 times a week, Krav Maga 4 times a week, an hour of meditation every morning at sunrise and again at sunset. So yeah, I'm doing great. Okay, I'm gonna need some help. Pam?
I don't think I should.
Oh, yeah, pregnant.
Right here, little Michael Scott.
Nope, I told you I don't like that joke. It is a boy, we found out early.
Much different the second time around. And I have to say, it is nice not being the only pregnant woman in the office.
Look, it's little pregs and big pregs.
Wait, when did we start calling this?
Isn't it amazing the difference in our sizes?
Well, I am a few months ahead of you.
I'm having a child with my husband, the senator, and Pam is having a child with Jim, the great salesman.
Hoist him aloft. Come on, Daryl. Lift, Daryl. Come on, man. You gotta lift him.
Yeah, I wanted the manager job, but I got something much better. This soda. This is mine.
It might be easy if you take a deep breath, lift from the knees, and shove it up your butt.
I came up with a new thing this summer. I act like I'm telling someone how to do something. I go on with a long description, and then I say, and shove it up your butt. It's stupid, but it's my thing now.
No one should be planking at all.
Thank you, yes. Dwight, my enforcer, my number 2, can you take care of this?
Say no more.
Kids, don't try planking. It's dangerous.
Especially with me around.
Hello, son. If you're watching this, that means I'm already dead. Life is a
How do you know it's gonna be a boy?
How? Would you stop interrupting, please? Yesterday, I was scraping some gunk off my wall sockets with a metal fork, and I gave myself the nastiest shock. And when I came to, I had an epiphany. Life is precious. And if I die, I want my son to know the dealio. The dealio of life. Here are some things that I want to teach you that your mother won't be able to. To jumpstart a car, first pop the hood. Then you take these bad boys and clip them anywhere on the engine. Then you take these and clip them wherever. Number 8, learn how to take off a woman's bra.
What?
We will demonstrate on Pam.
No.
And
No.
come on. You just twist your hand until something breaks.
Out.
Well, you get the picture. Thanks, Pam. And remember, no matter what, I will always love you.
What if he's a murderer?
He's not going to be a murderer.
Maybe that's how you die.
You know what, Dwight? Do you want to do this or no?
I want to do this.
Okay. From the top. Ready? 3.
Action.
Coat.
Michael just rented The Devil Wears Prada. He has his Netflix sent here to the office, and he watches them in pieces when things are slow.
Steak! Where's my steak?
He's a big Meryl Streep fan, so I shouldn't be surprised that he's identified with her character.
Get me Armani.
A suit?
On the phone.
Like the main company number, because I'm gonna have to call information.
Where's Armani? He's on the phone. Too slow. You're not going to Paris. I'm so much better than you. I owe you an apology.
You finished the movie.
Yeah, it was awesome. Big surprise ending. Won't ruin it for you.
No, go ahead.
Meryl Streep is the bad guy. You never see it coming. Anyway, if I was mean in any way to you, I'm sorry. I just want what's best for you, Manushka.
Makushla. He's watching $1 Million Baby. He's gonna try to kill me.
Manager of Dunder Mifflin? Check. Owner of a 1,600-acre beet farm? Check. Engaged to be married to an actual milkmaid? Check on that later today.
Big day today, airing of the documentary. Who's excited?
Time to become the next American Idol by winning America's Next Acapella Sensation.
Daryl?
Oh, hey. Hey.
You left us without saying goodbye.
My bad. Goodbye, everybody.
Get upstairs, mister.
Hold my place in line. They want feel-good stories? Where do they get a good feel of me?
What's going on?
Daryl was talking about the trip, and I just feel like you're giving up so much.
Pam.
I'm afraid that I'm not enough for you.
I know it's against the rules, but I'm gonna need a favor from you guys.
All day long, it's Oink the pigs.
Oink the pigs, that is very important.
Why?
The way that boy looks at the Galactica is precisely the way I look at the Galactica.
Okay, breathe. Work your core. Come on.
How many is that?
Not counting the last one, 25.
Count the last one.
Okay, 25 and 1 girl push-up.
Oh, new record.
Okay.
Oh, what did you do today?
I made a sale.
Oh, yeah, sitting on your big fat butt. All right, that is a number to beat.
What do we get if we do them?
My respect. Okay, I'll make it a little more interesting. Anyone who does more than 25 push-ups
And 1 girl push-up?
gets to go home.
Oh.
Oh. I say dance, they say how high. Here we go. Oh, no, 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 no. Butt too high. Disqualified. What do we got? Creed, disqualified.
Oh, come on.
19. Oh. I had a really hard workout this morning.
Oh, wow. That is adorable.
10.
Yeah. I'm betting one more.
11. Wow.
Good. Stanley, 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 Stanley. All right, Stanley, Stanley, Stanley.
Essentially, what we have here is one of those stories where a mother lifts a car to save her baby.
Well, it's not exactly fair. He's got all of his weight that's helping him go down. 25! Yeah, come on, you can do it! Come on, Stanley, let's do it. Come on.
Wow, are you okay? Are you okay, Stanley?
Excuse me.
Wow.
So do you want to see it or not?
I don't know. I feel like Friday night crowds.
Oh my God, you're like agoraphobic.
Agoraphobic.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You would rather sit on your couch and watch a Phillies game than go out to a movie with your awesome girlfriend.
Absolutely correct.
Later, Jim.
Kev, have a good weekend, man.
Bye. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna suck it up.
Here we go.
And we're gonna go to dinner.
Okay.
And then we're gonna go to the movies.
Sounds good.
Hey, help her.
Hey.
Right. Right.
Pam, please call security. Every day for 8 years, I have brought pepper spray into this office to protect myself and my fellow employees. And every day for 8 years, people have laughed at me. Well, who's laughing now?
Oh, damn. That's another file. Gonna have to reboot again. Hey, Dwight, do you want an Altoid?
What do you think?
In school, we learned about this scientist who trained dogs to salivate at the sound of a bell by feeding them whenever a bell rang. So for the past couple weeks, I've been conducting a similar experiment. Dwight, want an Altoid?
Okay.
Altoid?
Sure.
And Dwight? Vinpri?
Yes.
What are you doing? What?
I don't know. My mouth tastes so bad all of a sudden.
Oh. Hey. Oh, what's this?
That is a demerit.
Jim Halpert, tardiness. Oh, I love it already.
You've got to learn, Jim. You are second in command, but that does not put you above the law.
Oh, I understand. And I also have lots of questions, like what does a demerit mean?
Let's put it this way. You do not want to receive 3 of those.
Lay it on me.
3 demerits, and you'll receive a citation.
Now that sounds serious.
Oh, it is serious. 5 citations, and you're looking at a violation. 4 of those, and you'll receive a verbal warning. Keep it up, and you're looking at a written warning. 2 of those, that'll land you in a world of hurt. In the form of a disciplinary review, written up by me and placed on the desk of my immediate superior.
Which would be me.
That is correct.
Okay, I want a copy on my desk by the end of the day, or you will receive a full disagulation.
What's that?
Oh, you don't want to know.
All right, everybody, great season of softball. I'm super proud of you guys, and I think you're gonna like this little highlight reel that I put together.
Andy Bernard presents Summer Softball Epic Fails. Fail.
That's me.
Fail.
Is this like a blooper reel?
A blooper reel? What is this, 2005? I look like Bob Saget? Fail! Who's this guy? Look at him dance. Fail!
Fail!
I deserve that.
That was a triple.
Can't take the fail? Get out of the fail video.
My pleasure.
Hey, I'm Pete. Puberty is such a drag, man. And I'm Clark. I like to eat toilet paper. We fail.
I'd like to take a solemn moment to remember Jerry in the warehouse, who passed away this year. Well, that's all, folks. Ski you later, everybody. Thanks for a great season.
What was that? That was just normal video with you making vulgar noises.
Well, I worked with what I had. Oscar, next time do more failure stuff, okay?
What happened to that video I sent you?
Oh, that didn't work. That was not the right one.
I think I got it right.
No. That was not a fail. That was actually a serious accident that could have resulted in severe bodily harm. You're all failing right now. Congratulations on your epic fail of the use of the word fail.
They're back.
Oh, yeah. Jim and Pam.
How was Puerto Rico? Was it so romantic?
It was.
It really was.
Really was.
I'm so happy for you.
Puerto Rico was awesome.
Oh my gosh, the honeymoon was great. We met this other couple at the resort, Frank and Benny. We hung out with them a lot.
Frank and Beans. Always makes her laugh.
Frank and Beans.
Is there someone there? Who's there? I hear voices. Is somebody there?
Yeah!
Is someone here? I can't see you because I'm blind.
It's Jim and Pam, Michael.
It is?
Yeah.
They're back? Oh! Oh! Oh, Pam!
Nope.
And, oh, Jim!
Hi, Michael.
Oh, I haven't seen you since my accident that I had when I fell into the pool of acid, eyes first.
Blind guy. Blind guy McSqueezy. How do I describe it? Is a character I've been workshopping whose lack of vision gets him into all sorts of trouble. The women in my improv class absolutely hate him.
So, what'd you bring us?
Some candy.
What else?
That's it.
Oh, because you spent so much on the wedding. It's good to be home.
All right, let's get started. First off, we're supposed to be pushing cardstock this week. So let's push cardstock this week. Also, what is this?
Tape recorder?
For what? For recording. Michael is on vacation, and he has asked me to record all meetings and to type up the transcripts.
Okay. Karen, any news from that law firm?
Yeah, the deal closed yesterday. It's a 6-month commitment.
Oh my God, Dwight, what are you doing?
What?
You're not allowed to take off your pants in the middle of the office.
I'm not.
Dwight, you know what? Just back off, okay? That's making me uncomfortable. This is sexual harassment, by the way. Oh my God. He's got a knife.
I do not have a knife.
No, let the record show that Dwight K. Schrute is now completely nude and is holding a plastic knife to Stanley's neck.
Let the record show that Jim Halpert is a liar.
Dwight Schrute is now wearing a baby's bonnet.
I am not.
Oh, Jim Carrey just walked in. Dwight, get his autograph from Michael.
Jim Carrey did not just walk in, okay?
Wait, what is that on your stomach? Is that a Muppet Babies tattoo?
Oh my God,
you
Karen,
can't
you're right.
see
That
it.
is Animal from the Muppet
You
Babies.
can't see my stuff.
I am now chopping off Phyllis's head with a chainsaw.
Oh, hey, champions.
Warning.
Quarterfinals in an hour. Hope you got some sleep, because I'm going to be haunting your nightmares tonight.
I did. I got some really good sleep.
Did you?
Yesterday was the first round of a branch-wide paper airplane contest. It was being sponsored by Wirehammer Paper in an effort to get us to sell more of their new product, Airstream Deluxe A4, the Cadillac of paper. It's not so easy on the environment, if you know what I mean. It's practically made of plastic.
We started with 16 brave aviators. Some used skill. Others relied on showmanship. Others seemed not to comprehend what a paper airplane is. And of course, there was the odd moment of heartbreak and disaster.
Yeah, I left my glasses down here somewhere. Cross them through. Beep, beep. No! Ow!
I didn't see you. You should have yelled crossing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so is that my spot?
We are now down to an elite 8. Well, 7 and Toby.
Did you know that in Morocco, it is common to exchange a small gift when meeting somebody for the first time? In Japan, you must always commit suicide to avoid embarrassment. In Italy, you must always wash your hands after going to the bathroom. This is considered to be polite.
Why are you telling us that?
I am jetting off on an international business trip.
Where are you going?
To Canada.
Where is it?
Canada.
Okay.
My boss is sending me abroad to do a presentation to an international client. And I have always been intrigued by all things international. The women, the pancakes, the man of mystery. Meredith, I would like you to pretend that you are from Abu Dhabi. Hello. I am ashamed at your naked face. I must cover it with my jacket. You are now sexy in your culture.
Could you please sign my expense report?
No way, no how. Expense reports are a day-to-day item. That is Jim's now. I am exclusively big picture, epic.
Sign this.
Where's the please? We're not animals.
Sign it.
No, not without a please.
Idiot. I have a complaint about Jim.
That is not big picture.
I would like to file a huge, enormous, massive complaint about the tallest guy in our office. Jim won't sign my expense report.
That is not okay.
That
Day to
is-
day.
that
That
is
is
a
day
bit-
to day.
no, that is huge.
You're trying to trick
This
me.
is- has
Get
to
out,
do-
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
I'd like to lodge a complaint.
I'm sorry to hear about that. Who is this about?
You.
Okay. Just want to let you know I take complaints very seriously. So, when did this happen?
1 minute ago.
Okay. And how do you feel?
Angry.
All right. Did he hit you?
No.
Did you cry?
No.
Did you feel like crying?
No.
I'm just gonna write held back tears.
Wait, stop writing that. That is not true.
If you stop crying, I'll stop writing it.
I'm not. I deserved that promotion, not Jim. Man, makes me want to put him in a triangle chokehold and force him down to the ground and just keep pressing and pressing and then flip him over and then put him in a hammerlock. And he's gasping, he's panting for every last breath. And the crowd is going crazy. And boom, I emerge victorious. Aha! $18,000 and a chance at the title. Ooh-ha!
Dwight, Jim wants you to keep it down.
Parkour! Michael! Parkour! Parkour! Extreme! Parkour! Parkour!
This is Parkour, internet sensation of 2004, and it was in one of the Bond films. It's pretty impressive. The goal is to get from point A to point B as creatively as possible, so technically they are doing parkour as long as point A is delusion and point B is the hospital.
Jump over the camera. Jump over the camera. Okay, we all go together or we go one at a time.
Here it is, here it is. Truck to refrigerators to dumpster, 360 spin onto the pallets, backflip gainer into the trash can.
Yeah, gainer! Yeah!
Parkour, parkour!
Parkour! Parkour!
I'm right behind you, Andy!
Come on! Yeah!
parkour. This morning, the phone guy comes in, and he shows Michael that our phones have a PA function. And then he just left.
This is your captain speaking. The office will be flying at an altitude of 2 stories. Look out your left-hand window and you will see fast refrigeration. I am the ghost of salesman past. Do not come near me. Yes, Michael Scott for Dr. Johnson. Hello, doctor. I was just following up about my mole again. Now, I was looking online about sebaceous cysts. I have not been squeezing it.
Oh.
Could I stick it with a pin? Don't be Flunderson to the principal's office. Your mother called, and it appears that you wet the bed again. So you have to get home to wash your sheets because they're yellow and they're wet with your urine.
And at 6'6" from the University of North Carolina, Jim Halpern!
That's pretty funny. Hey, you know what? Did I drop my, what the heck? Is that,
You find it?
I didn't.
I'll look somewhere else. All right.
All right.
Would you like 5 with that? Please drive around.
Hey, Brian. You got a sec?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, and it's all right.
No, I heard you got in trouble. I feel awful.
It's fine. It was my first slip up in 9 years of miking you.
Dunder Mifflin, this is Aaron.
Well, thanks for being a good friend.
Sure, anytime. How about you and Jim? Everything squared away?
Yeah. Mostly.
Pam, phone call.
Hey, say hi to Alyssa.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, boom guy.
Oh, hey, Meredith.
When are you gonna boom me?
Listen, they're cracking down on us talking to the subjects. It's a lame rule, but you know, I'll see you later.
Got it.
Are you swallowing them whole? You're eating them so fast, are they even touching your tongue?
Yeah. Brownies, is it? Pastry cubes made of sugar and fat? No, thank you. I'll stick with my jerky.
So why'd you come in here?
To socialize and inform.
Ooh, brownies! I'm taking 2 so I can parcel them up and eat them at my leisure later on. Much healthier.
You taking 2?
Yeah, but one of them is for Toby.
Yeah. Why don't you send that to him in Costa Rica?
I'm just gonna hand it to him right now.
Okay, weirdo.
Why is that weird?
She said she's gonna give it to him right now.
She's probably going to, because they sit next to each other.
Yeah, they used to.
Toby works here again.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, no. You don't know.
I don't know. What?
You should probably just meander back there. Take a look, see if he's back.
Dare I? You know what? I'm going to, for old time's sake. Great practical joke, Jim. You got me go to the annex. No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I'm sorry, you guys have probably noticed my stomach's a little more sensitive lately. So if you wouldn't mind wearing a little less perfume, and if your lunch is especially pungent, maybe have it in the break room.
We would really appreciate it. Pam is constantly throwing up because of the pregnancy. If she eats something the fetus doesn't like, she is screwed. It's amazing. A 3-ounce fetus is calling the shots. It's so badass.
Phyllis, if you could switch to a different soap just for a month or 2, yours is kind of perfumey.
Now this is getting ridiculous.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I guess I missed the meeting where we all voted for you to get pregnant. No. I reserve the right to peel my hard-boiled eggs at my desk.
All morning I look forward to my afternoon cigars, and I am not stopping for anybody.
I don't think I'm asking for too much. I guess it's just the end of courtesy in the workplace.
Watching people get sick always makes me sick. And, well, frankly, so does talking about it. So, wow.
Jim, could you come in here, please?
Hi, Jim.
Hello.
I am Harvey, a computer. Jim sucks.
Sorry.
Zing.
Oh, wow! That's so rude. I'm sorry, I can't control him.
Yeah, he can.
You know, I get Pam.
For this?
Pam!
Pam, you look very hot today.
Pam, meet Harvey. This is Michael's new friend.
Great.
Me so horny, me love you long Tim.
Oh, that is gross.
Who's Long Tim?
Damn it.
Long time. Me love you a long time.
Oh, well, Yoy should bring Long Tim in one day.
No.
I'd love to meet Long Tim.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You ruined a funny joke, you. Get out of my offive.
Okay. Bye, Harvey.
Boobs.
Got you! Broken arm! Boom! 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 Broken nose! Boom! 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 Broken nose! Boom! Ha! Gonna flip you!
Once a year, Dwight holds a seminar updating us on the newest developments in the world of karate. Because, as we all know, the one thing that 1,000-year-old martial arts do all the time is change.
How can I pose this to you in a relatable way? You are all members of the Yakuza, and you happen to be visiting the Lackawanna Trolley Museum, and you are attacked by triads. How can you hold them off until your clan arrives? You cannot go wrong with a throat punch.
Okay, so there's no defense for that. Good to know.
No, there is a defense for that. Let me demonstrate. Someone attack me. Kevin, go.
No way. Last time you pulled my pants down and then you tried to choke me with my shoelace.
False. I did choke you with your shoelace. Now come at me.
Okay, with all due respect to everyone here, I think the most worthy opponent of you is you.
That is correct. Unless there happen to be measles present.
So let's just say that Dwight has come at you with the throat punch. Now, how would you, Dwight, defend against it?
Easy, allow me to demonstrate. I am attacking myself with a throat punch. Here it comes. Block. Grasp wrist as such.
And what if he comes at you with the other hand, because he does have two?
Good point. Second throat punch. Absorb the blow. Groin punch. Hip block. Elbow to the gut. Uh-oh. Up to the nose. No, you're not. Ah. Oh.
Oh my God. He's making you look like such a fool.
He really is. But not for long. Ow! God! Instep! Oh, not again! Ha! 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 You let go! You let go! Oh, you're right! I can't hold on! Ha! Ah.
You two are so evenly matched. I don't know how one of you is going to get the upper hand.
The important thing to remember, Jim, we always have what is called the element of surprise. Ah! Ah!
I'm weak, so. Hey, man.
Hey, guys. This is my girlfriend, Amy.
Hi.
Amy, how you doing?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
This is everybody else. It's the place, so thanks for the lift.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you tonight, right?
Absolutely. Okay.
Whoa. Easy, Tiger.
I just really like you.
Okay. Bye, you guys. Nice to meet you.
You have a great day.
Whoa, Toby. Watch out, you're gonna violate your own PDA memo.
I wouldn't want to do that now, would I?
Good morning, everybody. Who would like an authentic New York bagel? Stanley? Oh, no. I got a pumpernickel just for you.
Wow. H&H. You went all the way to New York City to get us bagels?
Oh, why? Is there a place closer that sells them?
This is really nice, Dwight. Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, don't mention it. You owe me one. You all owe me one. Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Dwight.
Hungry?
No, I had a fish stick sandwich. Actually, I had 2 fish stick sandwiches. My girlfriend didn't want hers because I guess I'm the only aphrodisiac she needs.
Fish sticks are not an aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
You're thinking of deer penis.
It worked.
Regardless, that was over 2 hours ago, and it is now a scientific fact that you are hungry. Bagel?
I don't mind if I do.
Okay, I brought cheese, too.
I'm taking one from my lady friend.
Excellent.
Brain food. Thank you very much.
Okay. You owe me. Can't a guy just buy some bagels for his friends so they'll owe him a favor which he can use to get someone fired who stole a co-manager position from him anymore? Jeez. When did everyone get so cynical?
I am actually looking forward to take your daughter to work day. I am not great with kids, but I want to get better because I'm getting married. So I put out a bunch of extra candy on my desk so the kids will come talk to me. Like the witch in Hansel and Gretel.
Bribery. Nice.
Oh, I have more.
Needs pain.
Miss Beasley, if you're nasty.
Oh.
Janet Jackson. Hey, you having a wardrobe
You can't
malfunction
be
there?
nasty today.
Oh, God, is that today?
I reminded you last night.
Listen, I like kids, but this is not a kid's environment. This is like HBO, no limits. Who knows what I'm gonna say? Crazy stuff. And it is R rated. It is not rated G. I am like Eddie Murphy in Raw, and they are trying to make me into Eddie Murphy and Daddy Daycare. Both great movies, but still. Well, I'll be in my office.
Don't you think you should say something?
They're cool.
Michael, I think that as the boss, you should really...
Fine. Hi, children. I'm Michael Scott, and I am in charge of this place. How do I make you understand? I am like Superman, and the people who work here are like citizens of Gotham City.
That's Batman.
Okay, I'm Aquaman. Where does he live, guys? I work with a bunch of nerds. Okay. Well, I did not get the job in New York, but I got the real prize. Domestic bliss. Jan made me breakfast this morning. Well, she bought the milk. It's soy. This is why I do it. That's what I have to come home to. She probably won't be up for a few hours. This is going to be a very good year. Very good. Jan is at home. Jim is back. My protege Ryan is at corporate. Good stuff. Andy and Dwight are rocking the sales team. I feel very blessed.
We are the search committee, tasked to find this branch's new manager. Not everyone we meet will be good, but someone's bound to be.
How many windows are there in New York City?
What?
Critical thinking. Comment on the spot question asked in an interview.
I want it to go better!
So I think all we need is a resume.
I just thought you knew me. Yes, there used to be a paperclip that would pop up and say, looks like you are writing a resume. Would you like help? I believe his name was Clippy.
I want an interview.
It's gorgeous, Angela. It's a little flashy.
Angela's engaged to a gay man.
Well, it turns out that Aaron was born in the basic time and region that I gave away a child.
So Phyllis might be my mom.
If you really want someone, go get them.
There is nothing wrong, nor will there ever be wrong, with any Sabre printers. Case closed. Michael Scott, as seen on TV.
I saw you on the news and I want to pinch your tiny wiener.
It's Packer.
Oh, Pac-Man, I thought you were a girl. Apparently, there are allegations that Sabre printers can cause a fire. So they asked me to give a statement to the press. I'm like, what? All right. So I do it. It's on TV last night, and it's in the paper today, and it's online. And then I call Froggy 98.7, their request line. I talk to the host about it on the air. It's
What's
like,
up,
come
Marie?
on,
It's going pretty
people, enough. Everybody, we are at DEFCON 5.
How's your day
I am officially
Or
the
night?
second most watched clip of the day on the WBRE news site.
What's number one?
Oh, that teacher who was wrongfully accused of being a pedophile. Now, we cannot let the pedophile win again. I would like you all to go to the website and watch my clip 11 times.
So instead of working, you
Yes.
want to... Okay.
Yes. Come on.
He's a manager here. No.
Get it up.
There's absolutely nothing to
That's
report.
what.
There
Let's
is
do it.
nothing wrong, nor will
Oh,
there ever be wrong.
did you see this report that the zoo got a baby otter? It's on the same site. Oh, it's kissing its mommy.
Please.
Oh, you have to see this. Is like the cutest thing ever.
Really? A baby otter? Okay. Count me in as who cares. It's not even that interesting, a baby otter. It can't even stand up. It's trying to stand up. There he goes. It is Friday morning, and it is another beautiful day in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Oh my God. Pick up. We have a serious problem here. All right, everybody, lock the doors, turn off the lights, pretend you're not here.
Are we in danger?
There's no time to think about if this is real. Just shh, everybody.
Michael, should I call the... What?
The IT tech guy and me did not get off to a great start.
Why? 20 minutes a day, Jim. That's all it takes. 20 minutes a day, all feet, no hands, and I'll have the pedidexterity of a chimp, and you'll be sitting there like an idiot. Okay, here we go. Ah, yes.
Do you mind?
I'm sorry, Pam. Allow me to write you an apology letter.
You don't have to do that.
E. A. Oh. Next, please. A, dear.
Thank you, Hans. Nothing else in the universe can do what you do. Oh, don't worry about it. Dwight, it's okay. You were wrong.
So hot.
Well, A for effort, right?
Stanley's back from the hospital today. Can you sign his card?
Oh, great. Glad they didn't mix up your tonsillectomy with a mustachectomy. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, because your jokes are all hilarious.
It's nice. It's funny. It mentions his tonsillectomy and makes a funny little joke about his mustache.
Still doesn't have a mustache.
Yeah, he does.
Pam, hit the brakes. Stanley does not have a mustache. I misspoke. I'm not sure. I think he has one. Now that I think he has a mustache.
Okay, Phyllis sits across from him every day. Phyllis, does he have a mustache or not?
Oh, I don't know. Now I think he does.
Phyllis, what are you talking? The whole card depends on this.
Okay, the man has worked here for 25 years. How can none of us picture his face?
Because we come here to do our jobs. We don't stick our noses in other people's business.
Okay, which one of these looks more right?
Neither of those looks like any person that has ever existed or been dreamt of in the history of human insanity. That said, the one on the left.
Guys, that's the elevator. What if it's him?
Okay, quick. Who says mustache? Yep. Who says no mustache?
Hey!
He does have one.
Come back, Stanley.
No.
Look at him. Look at him. T-shirt, jeans.
Is it you?
I am flattered. That's Johnny Depp.
Where'd you take that?
In my condo complex.
Oh my God, that's right. I read in People magazine that he was looking for a 2-bedroom condo in Scranton.
I'm flipping out, man. Well, you remember my idea for the fourth Pirates movie?
Sure, that they should do one.
Hey, Jim, where do I find the Black Pearl?
Who's that?
Captain Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack Sparrow, Jim.
John Dillinger.
No, I'm Captain Jack Sparrow.
Captain Crunch. Crunch
Okay. Screw you, Halpert. You know, it's not easy getting excited about stuff. Remember how you felt when you thought you'd seen Roger Clemens?
At the Yankees game.
Yeah, well, it wasn't him.
I had a little better reason to believe that. You're right. You're right. Well, you're not right, because Johnny Depp in your condo complex?
I know. It also explains why the name on his mailbox was M. Schulman.
M. Night Shyamalan?
Not again.
Bow down before Recyclops!
5 years ago, corporate said we had to start a recycling program for Earth Day. So Dwight took the lead on that and introduced us to a very close friend of his named Recyclops.
Happy Earth Day, everyone. I'm Recyclops. Did you know that an old milk carton can be sawed in half and used as a planter?
The next year, he really stepped things up.
Who has put a number 7 plastic in a number 4 bin?
A year after that, Recyclops really began to take shape.
Recyclops will drown you in your overwatered lawns.
Then tragedy struck Recyclops when his fictional planet was attacked by some other fictitious thing. I can't remember.
Recyclops will have his revenge.
I think this was also the year that he renounced Earth Day and vowed to destroy the planet he once loved.
Oh my God, you guys, look, it's Recyclops!
Recyclops destroy!
Oh, it's the day of Recyclops Day?
Yes.
I thought you were killed by Poluticorn.
Poluticorn wishes.
That's aerosol spray. It's terrible for the environment.
Humans are terrible for the environment.
The thing I like most about Recyclops is that he's creating a different world for our child. A world where you truly can be anything you want.
God bless you, Recyclops, and your cold robot heart.
Hello, my name's Oscar. I'm an accountant in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I'm gay. And I'm here to tell you that, yes, it does get better. When I was younger...
What's he doing?
He's searching out younger gays.
No, it's just a way to tell young people no matter how hard it gets for them, there's a brighter future ahead.
With you?
No matter how hard it gets for you. Kelly, seriously,
Just keep chatting. I'm just taking my makeup on your webcam.
Do you not own a mirror?
Webcams make me look the way I look in my fantasies.
I know, right? What is it? You always look so good in those things.
I'm throwing it on my mirrors.
Okay, as you can see, I now have a cool job at a dynamic workplace. Being gay is a celebration of life. It's a simple...
I'm sorry. I just can't sit idly by and have the gay youth of America misled by some reductionist pep talk. Sexuality is a spectrum. It's a paradox to think of any sexual activity as normal. It gets better, but it also gets vastly more complicated.
Hey, Robert, that guy? He looks just like you.
Oh, damn it! Heavens!
God.
You okay, Robert?
Fine.
Put some ice on it.
In any case, it gets better. Maybe not much better, but better.
Can you confirm that the straps are tight?
Yes. But this...
And now the chains. A lot of people think that magic camp is just for kids, and that's why so many other people in my class were kids. Self-fulfilling prophecy. It's really for anybody with a dream and a belief in magic and a little extra time after school. Magic, 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 magic. And now,
Michael the Magic will attempt to escape from extreme bondage. Can he do it? I don't see how he can.
I know how. Dislocate his shoulder and slip his arm out.
No, everyone.
One of the atomic reactors at the Chernobyl atomic power plant near the city of Kiev was damaged, and there is speculation in Moscow that people were injured and may have died.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're looking at the greatest historical, financial, and technological blunders of all time.
There were witchcraft outbreaks all the time, all through the colonies, especially the northern colonies.
The Exxon Valdez oil spill.
They were completely overwhelmed. Coast Guard didn't quite know what to do.
Before Deepwater Horizon, the Exxon Valdez oil spill was the largest in American history, dumping more than 10 million gallons into Alaska's Prince William Sound. But this accident is far less complex and is attributed almost entirely to human error. Shortly after midnight on March 24, 1989, the tanker ran aground on Bligh Reef, puncturing 8 of its 11 cargo holds.
When we got on the radio, he said, well, how big's the hole? I said, well, it's big enough to drive our boat through.
At the time, Captain Joe Hazelwood was below decks, sleeping off, quote, 2 or 3 vodkas he had consumed earlier. Furthermore, the crew was overworked and exhausted, contributing to third mate Gregory Cousins driving the vessel into the reef. Part of the blame also reportedly lay on the Exxon Shipping Company for failing to maintain the ship's collision avoidance system.
You can see oil like a boiling cauldron.
Mexico attacks the Alamo.
If you could oversee manning the walls, it would be a help. We should have 6 men to a cannon, 18 tubes, which works out to
108 men.
And we should have a man with a musket every 4 feet of wall.
We're gonna need more men.
In 1836, the Texas Revolution was underway, with the Anglo-American residents of Texas fighting for independence from the Mexican Republic. They were successful, winning 10 years of independence before joining the United States in 1846. During the war, Mexican forces under General Antonio López de Santa Anna laid siege to the Alamo.
You said you wanted to see him. There he is. The Napoleon of the West.
Which one? That's Santa Anna.
Yeah.
He's quite the peacock, isn't he?
After 13 days, roughly 1,500 Mexican soldiers launched a decisive attack, overwhelming the garrison of about 200 Texians after 3 attempts. It was a Pyrrhic victory, though, as the merciless bloodshed inspired many to join the army, hoping to take revenge for the loss of their fellow Texians. Mere weeks later, a now fortified Texian army attacked the Mexicans by surprise in the Battle of San Jacinto, decimating them in just 18 minutes.
At this very moment, our soldiers are held in the Alamo against a force of thousands. They put their hopes in Colonel Fannin, who, despite his pedigree, has proven himself ill-equipped to lead, much less march an army. This is from Colonel Travis. I call on you in the name of liberty to come to our aid with all dispatch.
Byzantine refusal to hire Orban.
Praise to all of you, Engineer Urban.
Thank you, my Sultan.
Have a safe journey.
The Roman Empire's final 2 centuries were their most difficult. By 1452, the Ottoman Empire already had its eyes on Constantinople, which prompted Hungarian siege engineer Orban to offer his cannons to the Romans. Unfortunately, they couldn't afford his services or provide the materials needed to construct his weapons. So, Orban took his business to the Ottomans, who happily took him on.
Free from misfortune. Do not fail us in our mission. Let our courageous soldiers be victorious on the battlefield.
He crafted the Basilic, one of the largest cannons in history, requiring 90 oxen and 400 men to transport it. Its cannonballs, each weighing 1,200 pounds, devastated the Theodosian walls, which were impenetrable for about 800 years prior. The Ottoman Sultan also carried warships across the land, bypassing the harbor's Great Chain and giving them another huge advantage.
Somebody hold the rope! Tuck the ship! Come on!
Heavy submarines. Maybe they're designed to reach astonishing depths, but that's no good if your submarine is incapable of surfacing again. That's exactly what happened to the doomed Isaac Peral class of Spanish submarine when designers realized that somebody at some point had carelessly left a decimal point in the wrong place. The sub was 100 tons heavier than it should be, meaning that if it submerged, it would never be able to return to the surface. Thankfully, the sub hadn't yet been built, so the schematics were changed to make it longer and capable of supporting all that extra weight. Except then there was another problem. The sub was now too large to fit into the port where it was being constructed. New Coke. In 1985, about a century after Coca-Cola first hit shelves, Coke decided to mix things up and rework the tried and tested Coke formula.
Yeah, Coke is it. Come on, check it out now. It's got a new taste. It's a definite wow.
The result was New Coke, one of the biggest marketing fails and disasters of all time. The simple fact was that nobody really liked New Coke. Coke wanted to make its drink taste more like Pepsi, which is a little sweeter than Coke, and it was a resounding failure.
All of the taste tests said people preferred the taste of this new product to the century-old product. What they hadn't factored in was the huge emotional attachment there was to this brand.
Though we understand trying to corner Pepsi's share of the market, consumer capitalism is about choice. Nobody wants to choose from two identical colas.
It's a Coke. Coke is it.
There was just no reason for Coke to try and destroy its own business by changing the recipe. Inaccurately describing the Zodiac Killer. The self-named Zodiac Killer held Northern California in a state of terror in the late 1960s. The serial killer taunted police by sending multiple letters and ciphers to the local press.
The killer contacts local press. He includes a strange three-part coded message or cipher.
Zodiac eluded authorities for a year before narrowly escaping capture in 1969. After shooting San Francisco taxi driver Paul Stein, Zodiac was able to flee the scene because the physical description provided to police officers over dispatch was wrong.
That they may have said something like, the man's wearing a black jacket or black pants. And somehow the dispatcher misheard this and then repeated they were looking for a black man instead of a white man.
This mistake enabled Zodiac to walk directly by two police officers who unwittingly allowed the killer to escape. Investigators did not connect the shooting to Zodiac until the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter from the killer bragging about the murder and his close brush with the officers. Pickett's charge. Confederate General Robert E. Lee made the biggest mistake of his life on July 3, 1863, when he ordered his troops to charge on Cemetery Ridge. There were several flaws in Lee's plan. Union General George G. Meade had anticipated Lee's attack on the center of his lines rather than the flanks and concentrated his defenses there.
Now Pickett gave the order. Up, men, and to your posts. Don't forget today that you are from Old Virginia.
The charge exposed Confederate soldiers to heavy artillery and rifle fire, and the Army suffered catastrophic casualties. It effectively crippled the Confederate forces at Gettysburg and forced Lee to abandon the battle and retreat from the North. With this one simple charge, the tide of the American Civil War permanently shifted, all to the detriment of Lee and his forces.
What's happening? I can't see what's happening to my boys. What's happening to my boys?
The Wangongchang explosion. Gunpowder has been used by China since the 9th century.
Early Chinese alchemists were trying to create a potion for immortality. Instead, what they created was a flammable powder that burned down many of their homes.
Despite centuries of use and refinement, Beijing officials were criminally negligent in the spring of 1626. It never seemed to occur to anyone in power that the center of a densely populated city wasn't the best choice for storing volatile materials. Late on the morning of May 30th, for reasons which remain unclear, the Wangongchang Armory exploded. Everything within 4 square kilometers was all but obliterated, and debris was launched across the length of the city. Somewhere between 20,000 and 30,000 people were killed, and large swaths of the city were utterly destroyed. Kim Jong-nam goes to Tokyo Disneyland.
Why would the young dictator of North Korea want to kill his own brother? Well, to understand North Korea, you really have to think of it as being an absolute monarchy, the Kim dynasty. The dynasty was founded by Kim Il-sung after the Second World War. When the old man died in 1994, his son, Kim Jong-il, ascended the throne.
Kim Jong-nam was once the heir to the North Korean dictatorship until 2001 when he made an embarrassing attempt to visit Tokyo Disneyland. Traveling on a fake Dominican Republic passport bearing a Chinese name, Kim was arrested upon arrival in Japan and deported to China. The incident deeply embarrassed his father, Kim Jong-il, and caused him to be shunned by his family. Ultimately, his younger half-brother Kim Jong-un took over from their father. In 2017, Kim was assassinated in Malaysia, and it was later revealed that he had been a CIA informant.
Why he killed? You don't know? Because his power is not stable. Last time Kim Jong-il, his father, he never killed people. But now, I don't think so. That's why he killed all the people. He cannot trust the people, right?
He also supported reform and free market policies, which apparently contributed to him being passed over. Had he never attempted that fateful trip, perhaps North Korea's trajectory might have been different.
After Jang Sang-tae executed it, killed it, after that, 1 year, 1.5 years, only one time. I saw him. I was waiting for him, but he never came. This means his situation completely changed, be dangerous, and then the suffering for the money.
Circulating inaccurate suspect sketches. It's been over 135 years since Jack the Ripper stalked the streets of London's Whitechapel district. But the infamous murderer continues to enthrall the public.
In the autumn of 1888, the East End of London lived in terror.
Beginning in August 1888, the killer claimed 5 lives in a vicious spree that is still widely discussed and debated. As publicity mounted about the killings, police struggled under mounting pressure from the press.
They were under a lot of pressure to solve these cases, identify this individual.
In an attempt to elicit help from the public, police made a critical error when they allowed the press to publish artist renderings of the killer. Unfortunately, the sketches were not based on witness descriptions. They were simply the artist's interpretation of how a deranged killer may look. The drawings resulted in a flood of useless tips, further straining the already overwhelmed detectives.
Even at the time of the murders, you know, he was becoming mythology. And then you start getting the man with the top hat and the cape and the little bag, so he's almost being given a supervillain image that people can latch onto.
Ronald Wayne sells out.
You know that when people hear your story, they say to themselves, my gosh, $22 billion, he could have had it.
What can I say?
Hindsight is 20/20, which is why this error stings so much. Back in 1976, businessman Ronald Wayne met Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak and initially thought they had something with their fledgling computer company. Wayne went in with 10% stake in Apple, but it wasn't to last. Less than 2 weeks on, and he'd lost faith, selling those shares back to the company's founders.
If I had stayed with Apple, I probably would have wound up the richest man in the cemetery.
As we all know, Apple went on to become one of the biggest companies and electronic manufacturers in the entire world, with over 1 billion active iPhones as of 2021. What we wouldn't give for a time machine to the 70s so we could invest in the Apple shares Ron Wayne gave up.
I knew exactly what would have been if I had stayed with the company. I would have wound up heading a very large documentation department at the back of the building, shuffling papers for the next 20 years of my life, and that was not the future that I saw for myself.
Wrong trains. We've seen submarines too big for their ports, but what about trains too wide for their platforms? That's what happened in France in 2014 when France's national rail company SNCF put in an order for 2,000 brand new trains. The trains would fit many big metropolitan stations like Paris's newer infrastructure, but in rural France, the platforms were too narrow. This all happened because somebody at the French rail network gave SNCF the wrong measurements.
The reason that they've got this problem is because RFF, which is the rail network operator, had measured platforms and stations that were built about 30 years ago, and the access between the platforms looked about right.
SNCF was left trying to secretly widen the affected stations, but eventually the error was made public. The trains themselves cost around $20 billion, and modifying the platforms has cost over $60 million.
Investors are indignant about the mistake. We refuse to pay a single cent for these repairs, said this spokesperson. We can't be taken for fools and pay for the privilege.
The Deepwater Horizon oil spill.
126 people were on board at the time of the explosion.
Some jump more than 75 feet into the ocean.
A multitude of factors went into the Deepwater Horizon explosion and oil spill. A central mistake was the failure to correctly respond to the signs of impending disaster. Pressure tests indicated that the well was not properly sealed, but the readings were misinterpreted.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Deepwater Horizon. We've had a major explosion. We need assistance.
This error was compounded by a rush to complete the drilling operation, driven largely by cost-cutting pressures, leading to the decision to proceed with the operation despite warning signs. The sequence of failures ultimately triggered the calamitous explosion that killed 11 people and sent 210 million gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico.
Meanwhile, live cameras on the ocean floor show the ferocity of the ongoing leak.
Star Wars Billions. In the mid-70s, nobody knew that Star Wars was going to become one of the biggest pop culture properties in history.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Production was expensive, difficult, and ran George Lucas into the ground. Not seeing its potential, 20th Century Fox made a deal with Lucas that he'd receive the royalties from merchandise sales. What followed set a new standard for merchandisable franchises, giving Lucas a personal fortune to the tune of billions of dollars. It was a grave error on the part of Fox, and saw the studio miss out on an absolutely obscene amount of money in the decades between Star Wars release in theaters and Lucasfilms being acquired by Disney.
You have lost. No. 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 You must die.
Angering Genghis Khan.
You still sing the same song, Temujin.
Many voices carry it now.
Not the Merkits. Outcast.
I asked for this meeting in the hope that Mongol would not shed Mongol blood. Also that you might still join with me to spread the name of the Mongol nation.
Many words can be used to describe Genghis Khan, one of history's most successful conquerors, but cool-headed isn't one of them. In less than 2 years, Genghis annihilated the Khwarezmian Empire. While there were a variety of factors that contributed to this invasion, the main one was an insult to his ambassadors.
Promise you this, Jamuga. The Merkits will ride as part of the Mongol nation, or their land will be razed to the ground. Raised so that not even a lame horse would stumble walking across it.
In 1218, the Khan sent a caravan to the empire, who were arrested and executed on suspicion of being spies. When Genghis sent diplomats to deal with the situation, the Khwarezmians refused to comply and beheaded the chief envoy. By 1221, their empire was shattered, and they had suffered somewhere between 2 and 15 million casualties. Maybe think twice before you insult one of history's most ambitious conquerors.
I've lived to see it. That the tribes come together as one people. But it is my sons who will make our nation great.
Napoleon invades Russia.
I must wipe away my melancholy and begin the march to Moscow. I've convinced the heads of Europe of this resolution, and so I command the combined forces of France, Austria, Italy, Germany, and Poland. I see nothing but success in my future.
In 1812, Napoleon famously declared war on Russia, citing their refusal to comply with the continental system. He brought around 500,000 soldiers from all across Europe to the border and proceeded to march them to Moscow. The Russian defense was confused with no planned resistance, with their eventual scorched earth tactic being largely improvised.
I'm writing to you because I've just won a great battle today. Tomorrow we will resume our advance. Moscow is now only 200 miles away, and I think of you all the while. All yours.
At the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon abandoned his usual cunning tactics and ordered a direct assault instead. The French won and Moscow was taken, but Little Boney never received the peace deal he expected. Eventually, winter took hold, and Napoleon embarked upon one of history's most disastrous retreats, costing him his army and ultimately his empire.
Fortune has abandoned me. I know that it is what fate has for me. Your words rattle in my head. I am nothing without you.
Forgetting about time zones hamstrung the Bay of Pigs invasion. During the Cold War, the U.S. backed numerous coups d'etat around the world. While several of these succeeded in installing new regimes, attempts in Cuba failed spectacularly. Worried about Prime Minister Fidel Castro's communist policies, in 1961,
The CIA orchestrated the infamous Bay of Pigs invasion, landing Cuban counter-revolutionaries on the country's southwestern coast. However, an obvious paint job on a B-26 bomber, disguised to look Cuban, gave away U.S. involvement to the world, leading President Kennedy to pull back air support. A few days later, a last-ditch bombing raid flying out of Nicaragua was botched when bombers were caught without their escort of fighter jets. Embarrassingly, someone had forgotten the 1-hour difference between Nicaragua and Cuba, the Cedar Fire.
It's gigantic. You never imagine it's as big as that until it happens.
Imagine accidentally starting a fire that burns over 270,000 acres of land and kills 15 people. The guilt would be unimaginable. Sergio Martinez was a novice hunter who got lost in the Cuyamaca Mountains of Southern California in October 2003 and started a fire to signal potential rescuers.
Afraid he was going to die in the wilderness, he finally set a signal fire, which got out of control.
But the flames quickly spread to the nearby chaparral, and he lost control of the fire. The low humidity and Santa Ana winds exacerbated the destruction, and the fire burned through 273,000 acres of San Diego County. Nearly 3,000 buildings were destroyed and 15 people lost their lives. Martinez was given 5 years probation and 960 hours of community service.
If you take a look down Fairbrook here, Fairbrook Place, this is just something you probably see in a movie. That's the only way to describe it.
Attempting to force a confession. The grisly 1947 murder of Elizabeth Short is one of the most notorious cold cases in American history. Dubbed the Black Dahlia by the media because of her dark hair and affinity for black clothing, Short was a young, aspiring actress.
She was a young woman who left her home to come find fame and fortune, maybe, in Los Angeles.
The case was heavily publicized. By most accounts, the LAPD put extensive effort into solving the case, conducting numerous interviews and identifying multiple suspects. However, they faced intense public pressure to capture the killer.
Police and reporters try to get a lead on Beth's life, but the more they dig in, the more of a mystery she becomes.
When they narrowed in on Leslie Dillon, investigators were certain he was responsible. Trying to force a confession from Dillon, the LAPD's gangster squad illegally detained him. In response, Dillon filed a lawsuit against the department. The case ultimately landed in front of a grand jury and then went cold.
The Elizabeth Short mystery carries on to this day because nobody's been caught.
Quaker buys Snapple. In the early 90s, Snapple was only on the up. It had a few high-profile ad campaigns that meant it was able to hold its own in the competitive world of juice and soft drinks, making it look like a promising investment opportunity for Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats doesn't come with prizes. But there's something in this box that I think is really worth prizing.
Unfortunately, things did not go to plan. Though Quaker Oats spent $1.7 billion on a deal it thought was a sure thing, after only 3 years, Snapple was sold off again so that Quaker Oats could lick its wounds for a meager $300 million.
Here's some iced tea to pass the time, but remember, nothing takes the place of a good education.
Perhaps a little embarrassingly, Snapple is still going strong. It seems that separating was the best thing for both of these brands.
Snapple, made from the best stuff on earth.
The 2024 CrowdStrike incident.
It's hit transport with air passengers and their luggage having to be manually processed, delaying flights. Trains have also been affected.
Before July 19, 2024, few people had ever heard of CrowdStrike. It's amazing how much damage just one day can do. CrowdStrike is a cybersecurity company based out of Austin, Texas that caused about $10 billion in damage on the morning of July 19th. CrowdStrike made an update to its Falcon sensor software, but a bug caused the software to crash.
Officials in Europe were already getting a grasp on how bad the issue was. Germany's cybersecurity chief warned people it would be a long day.
Systems running Microsoft Windows crashed, resulting in the largest outage in world history. The results were devastating and disrupted nearly all aspects of daily life, upending banks, hospitals, air transport, and retail. It just goes to show how fragile our tech-heavy existence truly is.
Ambulance services across the country have reported a surge in demand as a result.
But if you have an urgent problem, you should contact your own GP surgery, either in person or by telephone.
Prematurely clearing the fire site. In the 1970s, Luna Park, Sydney was one of Australia's most popular amusement parks. A top attraction in the park was the Ghost Train. The disorienting ride took passengers through a dark, winding tunnel full of spine-chilling special effects. Night after night, park goers enjoyed the thrilling ride. But on June 9, 1979, something went terribly wrong. Multiple people noticed an odd smell and what looked like real fire.
We decided to have a second go in the ghost train, and as we were in there, I could distinctly smell the kerosene burning.
Soon, flames enveloped the ride, trapping several passengers inside. 7 people perished. The exact cause was unclear. However, the lead investigator quickly ruled out arson and concluded faulty wiring was to blame.
But within just half a day, the police hastily wrote the fire off as an electrical fault and bulldozed the scene.
The scene was cleared, leaving many questions unanswered and obliterating any chance of further investigation. Official handling of the case has been heavily criticized.
There was so much buried, so many facts distorted and hidden.
America escalating tensions in Vietnam.
It was a serious mistake for Kennedy to get involved, as he did, with American force in that part of the world, thinking that this great monolithic Soviet-style communism would rule the roost, when he could have played it differently, I believe, and fought it more subtly.
The United States entered the Vietnam War following the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where North Vietnamese forces allegedly attacked the U.S. Navy in international waters. The event was framed as an unprovoked attack, but later evidence showed otherwise.
The great word of the Vietnam War gave us was escalation, because it starts off with Kennedy sending in just 400 military advisors who are actually special forces, organizing and controlling the action, and then more go in.
While the first attack remains debated, the second one was entirely fabricated. It devolved into a brutal war, which dragged on for years, causing thousands of American and Vietnamese deaths. Along the way, the United States committed atrocious war crimes, such as the My Lai massacre. Ultimately, the war ended in failure, all spurred on by an incident with very little evidence.
He should have fought it with the limited aid he gave it initially, with the development of the special forces, the Green Berets as they're called, and other small tactical units, and not created this great surge of North Vietnamese resentment.
Republics falling to tyranny. Democratic institutions are only as strong as a nation's willingness to keep it afloat. Instability and internal strife work hand in hand to bring democracies to their knees. The Roman and Weimar republics each struggled with political polarization, economic crises, and corruption. Discontent and distrust in institutions spread like viruses, weaponized by ambitious authoritarians. The Roman Republic's decline was marked by social unrest and economic inequality. Elites struggled for power. Amidst the chaos, Julius Caesar rose quickly and eventually established imperial rule. Likewise, the Weimar Republic was strangled by hyperinflation and factionalism.
From 620,000 marks to the dollar in August 1923 to 630 billion 3 months later.
Political extremists took advantage of the uncertainty and eventually seized power. In the end, Adolf Hitler rose to prominence, dominating both Germany and most of Europe. Russia invades Ukraine. 8 years after annexing Crimea in 2014, Russia followed up with a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin expected the war to end in a matter of days or hours. Instead, as of 2024, it is still dragging on. The death toll of Russian troops is staggering. Some estimates suggest that more than 100,000 soldiers have been killed.
Many of the casualties are now older fighters with little or no training. Significant numbers have also been recruited from prisons.
The attrition rate has forced Russia to conscript new fodder for the war machine. Economically, Russia faces severe sanctions and a crippling recession. Russia has been forced to seek economic aid and military armament from China and North Korea. Western aid to Ukraine has allowed their military in 2024 to launch the first significant military incursion into Russian territory since World War II.
Video shows a Ukrainian soldier driving through the bombed-out Russian countryside unchallenged, then celebrating driving back a Russian tank.
The attacks that created empires.
Though the raid only lasted 75 minutes, the Japanese destroyed or damaged nearly 20 American naval vessels, including 8 battleships and more than 340 airplanes.
Attacking first has often determined the outcome of a war. Some of those outcomes, though, were not so rosy for the attackers. In 1588, Spain's Armada set out to crush England's growing navy and restore Catholic rule, only to be slammed by powerful storms. Decimated, the survivors were ultimately outmaneuvered by England's smaller ships.
It's a sea battle that changed the balance of world power for 300 years.
Spain's attack led to England's centuries-long dominance over the seas. In 1941, Japan too sought to hamstring their naval rival. Their attack on Pearl Harbor was swift and devastating. It did not, however, deliver a crippling blow to the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Instead, it galvanized America, dragging it into World War II.
On December 8, 1941, one day after the attack, the United States Congress declared war on Japan, officially entering World War II.
In each instance, the attacked nation went on to become the world's most formidable superpower. Titanic sinks after iceberg warnings are ignored.
Why are they turning? Is it hard over? It is, yes, sir, hard over.
Many mistakes were made that caused the Titanic to sink, so it's difficult to pinpoint just one. Perhaps the most consequential, though, was turning hard to starboard when they spotted the iceberg, which extended the collision, creating a large gash that flooded 5 compartments. Had they struck the iceberg head-on, the bow would have been crushed, but only 1 or 2 compartments would have flooded.
Note the time, enter it in the log.
What was that, Mr. Murdoch?
An iceberg, sir. I put her hard to starboard and ran the engines full of stern, but it was too close. I tried to port round it, but she hid.
In such an event, the ship could have survived, as it was built to still float with up to 4 flooded compartments. Also, it only carried 20 lifeboats, enough for about half its passengers. The primary mistake that night was ignoring iceberg warnings and maintaining a high speed throughout. Changing just this one decision could likely have prevented the accident.
The pumps. If we open the doors...
The pumps buy you time, but minutes only. From this moment, no matter what we do, Titanic will founder.
Hitler's invasion of Russia. A British soldier's choice to spare the future Führer's life during World War I turned out to be a huge blunder. But we'd argue that the most dramatic mistake involving Adolf Hitler was one he made himself. Despite signing a non-aggression pact with Russia, Hitler still considered Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union his enemies. In June of 1941, the Germans invaded Russia. Despite committing the largest invasion force in history, the Germans were unprepared for the Soviets' scorched earth tactics or the bleak Russian winter, and they experienced over 500,000 casualties. The offensive split and depleted the German forces, and put Russia on the side of the Allies, which likely lost Hitler the war. Treaty of Versailles harsh terms.
If you think of September the 11th, but then you think of September the 11th style casualties every day for 4 years, then you begin to get some kind of feeling of what the sort of trauma was that existed in the Western countries and the Allied countries at the time, particularly in Britain and in France, which had never known levels of casualties of the kind that they'd experienced between 1914 and 1918.
The Treaty of Versailles was a deal signed in 1919 at the end of World War I, which mainly focused on weakening the German Empire. Despite the Austrian-Hungarian Empire being the main instigators, the victorious powers primarily blamed Germany.
We were journeying to Paris, not merely to liquidate the war, but to found a new order in Europe. We were preparing not peace only, but eternal peace. There was about us the halo of some divine mission. We must be alert, stern, righteous, and ascetic, for we were bent on doing great, permanent, and noble things.
They had to accept full responsibility for starting the war, and were made to pay enormous reparations. This crippled their economy, and fostered resentment towards the victorious powers, which eventually led to Hitler's rise to power and World War II. If the Allies had adopted a less punitive approach, like the US did to Japan after World War II, the devastating Second War and the rise of Nazi Germany might have been alternate history.
For 6 months, it was the closest we have ever had to a world government, and I don't suspect we'll ever have anything like it again. You can imagine all the most powerful people in the world here, prime ministers, kings, presidents, foreign secretaries, plus all the people who came because they were here.
Mao's great leap forward.
I saw Russian cars, which the Chinese have begun to make. There were wood-burning buses of the type I had seen in Europe during the war. Vehicles of all kinds. In most places of the city, There was a good traffic control system.
Mao Zedong was the founder of Communist China, who became leader of the CCP during the Long March, a pivotal event in the Second Sino-Japanese War. After Japan's defeat, he sought to industrialize China and finally recover from the century of humiliation. He believed rapid industrialization would help them catch up to the West, but it turned into a catastrophic failure.
Here, oil is extracted from coal. Built in 1928 by the Japanese, destroyed during the war, it was restored and enlarged. The Japanese produced 225,000 tons of petroleum in their best year. 1957 production was 320,000 tons. 1958 goal, 440,000 to catch up with Britain.
The plan was overly optimistic and resulted in mass famine and an economic collapse. By 1962, Mao faced criticism for his policies and was sidelined at the 7,000 Cadres Conference. This didn't last long, though, as just 4 years later, he kick-started the Cultural Revolution, which allowed him to reclaim full control of the nation.
Coal comes from the Fushun mines. The plant also has its own department store, canteen, and club. Built during the Japanese occupation, the plant has been restored and enlarged following wartime destruction. All kinds of steel products are made.
The American invasion of Iraq.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
The 2003 U.S.-led invasion of Iraq was driven by the deadly combination of misleading claims and poor assumptions. The U.S. government convinced their allies that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction and had links to terrorism.
There was no link between 9/11 and Iraq, so the Bush administration began manufacturing justifications.
The Bush administration's assertions were later proven false. No WMDs were ever found, nor was any evidence linking Iraq to al-Qaeda. By some estimates, the invasion led to over 1 million deaths and casualties, as well as widespread destruction and regional instability. The U.S. invasion also ultimately played a crucial role in the rise of ISIS. The economic cost to Americans is hard to pin down, though some experts believe that the war cost taxpayers between $1 and $2 trillion.
It changed the entire Middle East. In fact, it changed much of our world forever.
Caesar ignores warnings.
Senator Verinas, I come about your grandson, Lucius. Julia, and what I tell you now is the truth.
Julius Caesar is most famous for sowing the seeds of the Roman Empire, enslaving and slaughtering millions of Gauls, and giving the month of July its name. He was eventually assassinated in 44 BC, which shouldn't have come as a surprise since he was given several warnings about it.
If I may, gracious Caesar, you were going to consider revoking my brother's exile.
I'm still considering it. Take your hand off me.
What are you waiting for? No! No! No!
All of these were dismissed, leading to his death in the Senate, where he was stabbed 23 times. A soothsayer warned him to beware the Ides of March, the eventual date he was killed. His wife Calpurnia had a dream of his death and insisted he stay home, but he dismissed her fears. Ultimately, his trusted friend Brutus convinced him to come in, which turned out to be the dictator's final mistake.
So you see, the tyrant is dead, the Republic is restored, and you are alone. Would you like some honey water? I won't. Thank you.
AOL buys Time Warner.
What you will come to know, as we know instinctively, that there is a natural fit between these two companies.
In the year 2000, the dot-com bubble was at its height, and it didn't look like anything would slow down the meteoric rise of the internet.
Well, pretty clearly, you know, if you looked at last Friday, the market cap of AOL was twice the size of Time Warner. I have made a judgment, which I believe to be correct, that going forward, the Time Warner shareholders will be much better off owning 45% of AOL Time Warner than 100% of Time Warner.
Ultimately, the internet's development didn't slow down, but the stock market did, leading to a recession. One of the biggest casualties was the merger of AOL and Time Warner in 2000, which even at the time was viewed by many as being a ridiculous idea.
But things didn't turn out as planned.
From the very beginning, the merged company failed to live up to its lofty financial expectations. To make matters worse, technology stocks that had been thriving in the 90s suddenly fell off a cliff with the burst of the internet bubble.
AOL spent a whopping $182 billion on merging with Time Warner, but years on, the company split again. Today, Time Warner remains a major player in the media business, and while AOL still exists, it's dead in the water. Oh, how the tables turned.
Is that the biggest regret of your life?
What? Merging
Having
with
all
Time
your
Warner?
having all your money tied up in Time Warner.
No, I would have liked to see that merger not happen.
NASA ignores Challenger warnings.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
In 1986, NASA launched the shuttle Challenger, which tragically exploded only 73 seconds after liftoff. The event occurred during a cold morning, which caused the ship's rubber O-rings to stiffen, leading to a fuel leak that ignited the vessel. All 7 crew members perished, marking one of the darkest moments in the history of space exploration.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
Months earlier, several engineers, including Roger Beaujolais, had warned of an impending failure due to the O-ring's vulnerability to cold. Beaujolais even wrote a memo outlining this issue, but his concerns were completely ignored. Although a team was formed to address the problem, they lacked adequate support, and the launch proceeded, only to end disastrously, like Beaujolais predicted. Moctezuma II welcomes the Spanish.
Cortez's legacy is a complex one. On one hand, he is the conqueror of Mexico. He brought and extended the Spanish Empire. But from the indigenous point of view, he was a mass murderer.
Moctezuma II, the Aztec emperor, received Hernán Cortés and his conquistadors in 1519 with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. According to some historians, Moctezuma, influenced by a prophecy suggesting that a god would return in the form of a pale-skinned man, initially saw the Spaniards as divine. Cortés, he thought, could be the incarnation of the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl. He sought to appease them by offering gifts and hospitality, believing this would prevent conflict.
Cortés was motivated by these treasures and continued towards the city. He later wrote, "Moctezuma came to greet us, and with him some 200 lords, all barefoot and dressed in a different costume."
Instead, his decision invited invasion. Cortés and his men exploited Moctezuma's hospitality to gather intelligence, gain political leverage, and incite dissent among the Aztecs. The Spaniards spread disease and formed alliances with rivals to the Aztecs.
This alliance would be crucial for Cortés, as the Tlaxcalteca helped him navigate the landscape, served as translators, and urged the defeat of Moctezuma.
Combined with their superior weaponry, they easily conquered the Aztec Empire completely by 1521. A B-Day helped lose D-Day. On June 6, 1944, the Allies launched an ambitious operation to retake Western Europe. Known as D-Day, the first landings occurred on the beaches of Normandy, France. The casualties were high, but the operation granted the Allies a foothold that would eventually lead to victory on the Western Front. However, things could have gone very differently. The Germans' most accomplished general, Erwin Rommel, was in charge of defending the Atlantic Wall against an invasion. However, he had decided to take leave, as the 6th was his wife's birthday, and German meteorologists had mistakenly predicted storms for another few weeks, making a seaborne invasion unlikely. Had Rommel been in command, the Allies may never have gotten a beachhead to retake France, failing to secure JonBenet Ramsey's crime scene. On Christmas Day 1996, JonBenet Ramsey was found dead in the basement of her family's home in Boulder, Colorado.
We are kidnapping. Hurry, please explain to me what's going on. Are you Kathy Ramsey? I'm the mother.
The case sparked a media frenzy and generated worldwide attention. For decades, investigators and amateur sleuths have tried to unravel the mystery of who killed the child beauty queen. Unfortunately, the initial investigation is riddled with errors. The most critical mistake occurred as soon as the police arrived. They failed to secure the crime scene.
The police should have secured that scene
by telling everybody, get out. I'm sorry this is a crime scene.
Police also neglected to take statements from JonBenét's parents right away, even though they were behaving in a manner the officers considered unusual.
They didn't want to talk to the police. They lawyered up right away.
The Ramseys agreed to give handwriting, hair, and blood samples. Still, they refused formal interviews with the police.
A series of additional mistakes followed. The Boulder police acknowledged these early errors. However, the investigation suffered as a result, and the case remains unsolved. The Tenerife airport disaster.
Look at it out there. I mean, this cloud just rolled right onto us. I don't think anybody has the minimums now.
This disaster on Spain's Canary Islands in March 1977 remains the deadliest accident in aviation history, costing 583 lives. Los Rodeos airport was congested due to a bomb explosion at Gran Canaria. Exacerbating this was a dense fog rolling into the airport. KLM Flight 4805 took off in the fog and crashed into Pan Am Flight 1736, which was still taxiing on the runway.
It feels great to be alive. I'd be lying if I said anything else.
An investigation found that the accident resulted from critical miscommunication between KLM captain Jakob Feldhausen von Santen and air traffic control. Ambiguous and non-standard wording led Feldhausen von Santen to commence takeoff without proper clearance, resulting in the tragic collision.
When I got out on the ground, I could hear people screaming and yelling and all. Within about 5 minutes, you heard absolutely nothing. There was no noise at all.
Russia sold Alaska. During the 19th century, the Crimean War caused several countries to begin exerting pressure on Russia through blockades of their sea routes. Because of this, they were unable to properly supply their largest overseas territory, Alaska. To offset this, in 1867, Russia sold the territory to the United States for $7.2 million. While it may have been a smart move at the time for Russia, in retrospect, it's often seen as a mistake, as the gold and oil discovered in Alaska far exceeds the value it sold for. Not only that, but Russia having a foothold in the North American continent would have caused the Cold War to play out very differently. Rushed engineering collapsing dams. If history has taught us anything, it's that greed and hubris are often at the heart of human tragedies. The Johnstown flood, St. Francis Dam failure, and Banshao Dam disaster were a trio of foreseeable catastrophes.
With every passing minute, the internal stresses on the dam were multiplying. At around 11:20 p.m., the structure finally began to give way.
In each case, flawed engineering, poor oversight, and disregard for safety warnings set the stage for massive loss of life. The Johnstown flood occurred when a poorly maintained dam collapsed, destroying entire towns.
And water is such a powerful force, it would pick up locomotives off of the track that were in this flood's way and bulldoze everything that was in its way.
Similarly, the St. Francis Dam in California failed due to structural flaws, flooding communities downstream. In China, the Banshao Dam was overwhelmed by unprecedented rainfall. This exacerbated problems stemming from design failures and political mismanagement, causing the dam to collapse, killing thousands. Though decades apart, these disasters highlight the repeated risk of underestimating nature's power. A mistranslation may have caused America's nuclear attacks.
The U.S. had a choice: an invasion of Japan requiring 1 million troops or a top-secret weapon. The Japanese were given an ultimatum: surrender or suffer dire consequences.
After the fall of Hitler's Germany, the Allies issued the Potsdam Declaration demanding Japan's unconditional surrender. The declaration came with a warning: refusal would result in, quote, prompt and utter destruction. The culture of Imperial Japan couldn't tolerate public consideration of surrender. They responded with a statement including the word mokusatsu. The Allies interpreted this as an outright rejection of the Potsdam Declaration. Mokusatsu, they believed, meant to ignore with silent contempt. They acted accordingly, dropping 2 nuclear bombs.
When we came back after the surrender, we came back to the same area, and the whole city was completely flat. It was really devastating to see.
However, some believe Foreign Minister Togo was counseling circumspection and patience. He hoped that the Soviets would mediate a better deal. In the years after the nuclear attack on Japan, people have argued that by mokusatsu, Japanese leaders just meant, quote, withholding comment.
Truman claimed he never lost a night of sleep over his decision, and to this day, the United States has never apologized for it. Still, the horror of Hiroshima and Nagasaki firmly cemented atomic bombs as the world's weapons of absolute last resort.
The Great Depression and the Great Recession. Time and time again, America and the world pay the price for a cycle of laissez-faire economics and deregulation. In the 1920s, minimal government oversight allowed for rampant speculation and risky investments in the stock market. By the end of the decade, the stock market crashed and spread economic devastation around the world.
Wherever you look, boys and girls, men and women, were wondering what was ever going to happen to them.
Similarly, in the early 2000s, decades of financial deregulation enabled irresponsible lending practices. The housing market was utterly poisoned by subprime mortgages, leading to a bubble that burst in 2008.
The Federal Reserve has moved quickly to bring order to the financial markets.
Both crises were fueled by the belief that markets could self-regulate. Unchecked greed and the erosion of safeguards created systemic risks. The resultant unemployment, widespread foreclosures, and economic collapse reflected the dangers of prioritizing short-term profits over long-term stability. The Salem witch trials and the Second Red Scare. Democracy may be a net good, but majoritarianism, if left unchecked and under the right circumstances, can cause mass hysteria.
There were witchcraft outbreaks all the time, all through the colonies, especially the northern colonies.
With a dash of fear and a pinch of paranoia, bad actors could use a desire to root out perceived threats to cause great harm. In Salem, Massachusetts, accusations of witchcraft spiraled out of control. Witch trials led to executions based on flimsy evidence and fear of the supernatural.
Angry community members in Salem pointed fingers at assertive middle-aged women, but also began to accuse married women from well-respected families. Some men, and even a 4-year-old child, were also accused of being witches.
Centuries later, Senator Joe McCarthy spearheaded his own witch hunt, this time for communists. Those accused of subversion were blacklisted and persecuted, often without real evidence.
The Second Red Scare perhaps took its greatest toll on artists and entertainers, people like Paul Robeson, Arthur Miller, and others who were unable to work because of being branded as suspected communists.
In both cases, authorities used public fear to conduct aggressive and unjust campaigns against alleged enemies, ruining lives in the process and fostering deep societal distrust. Stalin's terror famine.
In terms of ruthlessness, bloodlust, Stalin remains one of the greatest villains of the 20th century.
To this day, the Holodomor is considered one of the greatest tragedies of Ukrainian history.
A term meaning death by starvation. It was genocide.
From 1932 to 1933, Joseph Stalin pushed a brutal campaign of forced collectivization and grain requisitioning in Soviet Ukraine. Unfortunately, the country was already in the middle of a food shortage, exacerbated by Stalin's policies.
Records show the Soviets took over 4 million tons of grain from Ukraine alone in 1932. That same year, a new law punished anyone who took even a handful of grain or was caught hiding grain or bread with 10 years in prison or the death penalty.
As a result, Ukraine fell into a terrible famine. By the end of 1933, somewhere between 3.5 and 5 million Ukrainians perished due to hunger and related diseases.
In the fall and winter of 1932, Soviet police began seizing not just grain, but anything edible, even livestock.
Stalin refused to provide aid, although Russia continued to export grain. The Holodomor devastated Ukrainian agriculture and local economies, ripping families to pieces and traumatizing a nation. Apollo 13.
Houston, we have a problem.
The basis of a blockbuster movie starring Tom Hanks, Apollo 13 was destined for the moon in 1970, but it never made it.
It was plagued by bad omens and bad luck from the very beginning.
Thankfully, unlike many other space failures like the high-profile Challenger and Columbia disasters in 1986 and 2003 respectively, the astronauts in Apollo 13 all survived. The problem was that an oxygen tank had been damaged long before its installation in the spacecraft, which was described as a, quote, bomb by Commander Jim Lovell.
I looked at my companions and I said, you know, every flight has a crisis. Something always goes wrong. This happened early in the flight, and we're now free and clear of any other things going wrong.
That bomb went off, severely damaging the craft when it was already in space.
Yeah.
The crew had to move into the lunar module so they would survive, and then loop around the moon to return to Earth. Trojans bring in the horse.
What is this? An offering to Poseidon. The Greeks are praying for a safe return home. This is a gift. We should take it to the Temple of Poseidon.
I think we should burn it. Burn it, my prince. It's a gift to the god.
This was a mistake so monumental it became a metaphor for deception that is still widely used today. The ancient city of Troy was first destroyed around 1200 BC, and again by archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. According to legend, the Greeks built a giant wooden horse, hid soldiers in it, and presented it to the Trojans as a gift.
Helen, we must go. Where? I'll show you. Now, hurry! Paris. It's a long way, quick. We must go now.
Believing it to be a symbol of victory, the Trojans brought it into their city, only for Greek soldiers to emerge and decimate Troy. The tale's authenticity remains heavily debated, with no direct evidence. However, oral history played a central role in the ancient world, which preserved surprisingly truthful elements, suggesting that this tale may have been inspired by real-life events.
Let Troy burn!
Pandemic response.
The COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow. So are the parallels being drawn between it and another deadly virus that struck the globe more than a century ago.
Human civilization has been ravaged by deadly pandemics over and over throughout history. The Spanish flu and COVID-19 happened a century apart, but it seems that not everyone chose to learn from the past. Discontent with public health measures spread widely during each pandemic, exacerbating the situation.
Spirits will not die, and I tell you what, we will not comply!
Governments implemented shutdowns to curb the spread, but uneven compliance and politicized responses prolonged the crises. During the Spanish flu, anti-mask leagues and public pushback against restrictions mirrored the protests and skepticism surrounding COVID-19 measures. The Spanish flu eventually subsided as the virus mutated into less lethal strains, whereas COVID-19's global impact was mitigated by vaccines and evolving public health strategies. A wrong turn started World War I. One of the most famous killings of all time. The assassination of Austro-Hungarian Archduke Franz Ferdinand is usually credited with being the catalyst for World War I. But what some may not know is that it could have been avoided, if not for a wrong turn. The Archduke had already survived one assassination attempt with a bomb by the same group while visiting Sarajevo. On the return journey, the Archduke's drivers, who spoke Czech, couldn't understand their directions for a new route and took a wrong turn. When they stopped to reorient, it was right next to one of the assassins, who promptly pulled out a gun and shot both Ferdinand and his wife. Human atrocities.
For 100 days in 1994, the African country of Rwanda suffered a horrific campaign of mass murder.
The Holocaust and the Rwandan genocide shared chilling similarities in both their origins and outcomes. Both were driven by deeply ingrained ethnic hatred, propaganda, and political manipulation.
When out in public, Jews were ordered to wear a yellow star, a Jewish religious symbol, so that they could be easily told apart from non-Jews. The Nazis told Germans that those wearing the star were enemies of the people.
The Nazis systematically dehumanized Jews through years of anti-Semitic rhetoric. Eventually, they industrialized their bigotry, killing upwards of 12 million people, half of them Jewish. In Rwanda, the Tutsi minority was demonized by extremist Hutu leaders. After riling up that hatred to a fever pitch, the killing began. In just 100 days, Hutus slaughtered more than 500,000 Tutsis.
Tutsi victims sought refuge at churches and schools, where they hoped international organizations would protect them. But no outside party came to their aid.
Both genocides were marked by the use of state machinery to orchestrate mass murder, while other nations stood by, either complicit or indifferent. Both massacres left profound scars and a haunting legacy of loss. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. The Chernobyl nuclear disaster.
There has been a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union, and the Soviets have admitted that it happened. The Soviet version is this. One of the atomic reactors at the Chernobyl atomic power plant near the city of Kiev was damaged, and there is speculation in Moscow that people were injured and may have died.
Chernobyl's meltdown was the most destructive nuclear disaster in history and could have been completely avoided if the proper procedures were followed. The disaster was immediately caused by a safety test, which was meant to be carried out during the day with a trained crew. Instead, the untrained night crew did the test. with very little time to prepare and properly carry it out.
The TMI accident was nothing compared with this. I would speculate that it was very serious, and the reason for that is that they've observed radiation levels 10 times normal from Finland all the way down to Stockholm.
The Soviets were also secret about their nuclear technology, withholding important information from operators and engineers who should have understood them. After the explosion, further mistakes were made, like the nearby town of Pripyat not being evacuated until over a full day later. It was the perfect storm of mistakes, leading to one of humanity's worst disasters.
You can be sure that the decision to disclose was made at the very highest level, undoubtedly by Gorbachev himself, and probably it took several days for the Soviet leaders to decide how to handle it.
What do you think was the most impactful mistake a human ever made? Let us know in the comments below.
He'd rather burn his own city than negotiate with me. I didn't think he had the courage.
Did you enjoy this video? Check out these other clips from Watch Mojo, and be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
Get me out of here. I don't know how to play this fucking shit.
This is me, in the Rio Grande River, hopping the border between Mexico and the United States. Just last year alone, over 2 million migrants entered the US this way. And despite Texas trying to stop them with razor wire, floating barriers, and warning signs, hundreds, if not thousands, still cross every single day. And many, unfortunately, do not survive.
Hundreds of migrants have died trying to make a similar journey. A lot more have been stopped by US border police.
But rarely, if not ever, has this process actually been documented from a first-person perspective. So we, as legal American citizens, decided to put ourselves in the shoes of the migrant, at least for the final chapter of their journey, and cross the river ourselves. This would prove to be not the best idea.
Give me one hand, I'll grab you with the other.
Just a few seconds after crossing back into the US, the coyotes we traveled with told us to get down. And as I laid down in the fetal position in the dirt, I could hear the sound of tires coming to a halt and gravel crackling on the road.
Manos arriba. Ven pa acá, usted. Speak English. Hands up. Speak English? Yeah. Get up. Let me see your hands. Got any guns on you?
No, sir.
Face away from me.
We're journalists.
Usted, manos arriba. Bájate. Súbete. You too. You speak English?
Yeah.
Stand up.
As it turned out, United States Border Patrol had been following us for the past hour using infrared heat sensor cameras from boats. Just a minute later, we were placed under arrest, handcuffed, and put in the back of a Border Patrol vehicle. The agents, however, remained on scene to collect our belongings. And by some miracle of God, they forgot to turn off the cameras or confiscate our SD cards, which is how you're able to see this footage. We thought we were going to be fine. I mean, truth be told, we didn't think what we did was illegal. But oh boy, were we wrong. We spent the next 4 days locked up as detainees at a migrant processing center in Eagle Pass, Texas. We weren't given a phone call until 48 hours after our detention. But thankfully, we'd brought along 2 additional videographers for this particular shoot, who were stationed safe and sound on the American side while we crossed the river. Here is their story.
My name is Juan Jimenez. I'm Elliot Liedgren, and we got brought on to do some B-roll and film for Channel 5. All of us were like so extremely confident, like we're gonna get this crazy video of what people go through like every fucking day.
This is 250 calories to prevent me from dying of hunger, and then this is a knife to maybe cut through weeds up there.
And we were just like excited. I think we were all excited to like be able to get that footage. But yeah, Andrew and Susan went to jail.
All right, so turns out you actually can't do that. So if you're watching this, don't do what I did.
It's a federal offense called failure to report,
AKA illegal entry to the United States.
punishable by up to 1 year in federal prison and or $5,000 in fines.
You can only enter the United States through an official port of entry with a customs agent there. Even if you're an American citizen, you cannot hop the border into your own country.
It took a lot longer, honestly, than I initially thought. I mean, I think we were on the other side 2-3 hours or something.
Yeah,
like
at
that.
least. So we had their location,
And I was like looking at it, and you guys were moving like super slow, but we were rooting for you, you know what I mean? Like, oh fuck, they're probably like, I'm imagining you guys like, you know, crawling through these brush and shit, like fighting off like snakes and scorpions and shit, but
we kept checking like every
just refreshing,
probably,
just
like 10 minutes, just being all right, like, oh, the boys are moving.
They get to the Rio Grande, and we're like, fuck yeah, they made it to the fucking river, you know? And slowly see them cross. America, fuck yeah, they made it. And they get to the other side, and they're just like motionless for like, gotta be like 15, 20 minutes, and I was like, word, like, you know, again, envisioning them just like waiting for the BP truck to go by and like, you know, just hiding out, like 15, 20, 30 minutes, like it was like, all right, like, fuck's going on here? And then boom, speeding up the highway. And then all of a sudden it was like, bam, like Eagle Pass, South Texas Border Patrol Station. I was like, fuck, bro.
Yeah. As soon as the Border Patrol agent apprehended us right across the river, both the coyotes who brought us across jump back in the river, swim back toward Mexico.
Come back, over here, get over here.
This left us alone in Border Patrol custody. So I just told them exactly, you know, what was up. I told them, hey, we're journalists. We're trying to interview some migrants. We interviewed some people on the Mexican side. We just interviewed those guys that brought us across, but we don't actually know who they are, which is true. So they were actually pretty cool. Like the Border Patrol agents, if I remember correctly, they were like understanding. They just said, okay, we're gonna take you to the facility. We're gonna run your IDs, run your name, make sure you have no criminal charges. And then once we check for that, you guys will be good to go. So we thought it was gonna be fine. So we get there to the Border Patrol facility. They take the shoelaces out of our shoes, give us flip-flops, give me this blue outfit, and we walk in. It kind of looks like a DMV or a Department of Licensing, depending on which state you're in. So you know how it is. It's like you got 6 computers behind this like Citadel type center complex. Everyone's typing away, running people's names and shit. We're just sitting there waiting, you know what I mean? So I go up there, they take my fingerprint, they take a picture of me, they ask me a couple basic questions. What were you doing in Mexico? Have you ever been to North Korea? Like, have you ever been to Russia before? Random shit to see if I was like a spy. They were like, and then he was like, all right, cool, sounds good. We'll talk to you in a second. So I sit on one of the benches right there. I'm just waiting to be released, obviously, because I'm like, oh, you know, once they figure out that we are journalists, I was like, look up our channel, you'll see what we do, like we meant no ill intent, it's all good. So the Border Patrol dudes start telling me these stories about how they've had to rescue drowning children and how they've had to discover dead bodies floating in the river and just all these traumatic incidents that their job entails, and how they felt like we were kind of making a mockery of their job and the risk associated by trying to cross, which I was sympathetic to. Looking back, I think we did go a bit beyond what is safe and acceptable, but I wanted to get the story, so I figured it made sense at the time. But looking back, I probably wouldn't do it again. I do my interview. Behind me, there had to have been, I would say, like 200 migrants just staring at me through this glass window. And it was like the weirdest thing I'd ever seen, you know, and they were bewildered as well because they were also wearing these outfits. And they saw I was in the outfit, and I'm visibly American, and Susan is also visibly American. At first it was a little bit awkward, but then I guess there's some metal star in Latin America that looks just like Susan. What's his name? El Buki. El Buki, I guess they're a big fan, so we hear people yelling, El Buki, and going like this, like El Buki. Susan just turns back and he's like this, El Buki, and they're all just like, yeah! They were hyped on us, you know? And most of these dudes are covered in water from the Rio Grande, like bloodshot eyes. I can't even imagine how long they've been on the road for. Like, if I wasn't mistaken, like most of them were being processed to be sent home. It wasn't like a put you on a bus, take you to Chicago type of situation. It was like kind of dark vibes. And so I'm looking at, you know, all these dudes in the box, as they call it, and I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not going in there. You know, like it's gonna be fine. And so they call me back up, and they're like, Callahan, you're being brought up for prosecution. And they're like, illegal entry into the United States. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean illegal entry? Like, I'm not an illegal. And one of them goes, I know you're not an illegal alien, but you did something an illegal alien would do. You know, I asked the dude there, I'm like, all right, let's keep it real. Like, when are we getting out of here? And he's like, probably a couple hours. Remember that? And I'm like, all right, should I wait in here? He's like, no, we're gonna have you wait in the box. I'm just like, dude, no fucking way. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm like kicking and screaming at this moment. I was like, I'm a fucking American citizen and I have rights. And they were like, you're a detainee. And I guess detention status isn't like being processed in a county jail.
So, I mean, obviously, first thing we did was try to call the Border Patrol office, and it's funny, when I was on the phone with them, like, I was starting to realize that they don't operate like regular cops. Like, if you get booked in like a regular county jail, you'll end up on some booking website, like, probably by the end of the night, and all the info's there. They'll see when you got locked up, what you're there for. When I called them, they basically said, if you have friends that are here right now, they are under investigation. And if they're under investigation, we're not at liberty to talk about any of this. They didn't have to confirm like whether or not they were there or anything. Like,
being in the custody of CBP is not the same as being in custody of like with the police.
Right.
Because police, there's the Constitution and everything, all of that. CBP, not so much, because if you're illegal, you don't have constitutional rights. I mean, they could be charged with human trafficking if they were believed to be so, because, you know, if two guys going across the border and you bring somebody with you, that's human trafficking.
so being a detainee is super weird because you don't have access to traditional jail shit. Like, there's no rec time, there's no commissary or like phone calls. So I go into this box, right? Extremely bright room, probably 20 feet wide, 20 feet long, 20 by 20 room with maybe 60 migrants in there, all huddled up next to each other. There's one giant jug of Gatorade in the middle. They have a tiny TV in there, and that movie Marley and Me was playing, that Owen Wilson movie where the golden retriever dies. Spoiler alert. And there's one sink and one toilet for 50 people. Whew! That did not stop dudes from shitting. Man, I've never smelled gnarlier shits in my life. I walk in and they were like, ¿Por qué estás aquí? And I was like, soy americano. And they were like, americano y estás aquí, ¿por qué? And so I became like a real golden goose up in that pod. There's this big ass tag on the wall that says MS Honduras, like, you know, MS-13 Honduras. All these fucking dudes in there start pointing to it and they're like, Mira, Mississippi, aha, Mississippi. They're acting like I did it because I'm white. They were just fucking with me. Susan is in the other pod across the way. So I see him, I don't know what it was, but I see him sitting there and this Haitian dude was looking at Susan like he was trying to like run his cheeks type vibes. You remember him? I look over at you, I see you and this Haitian dude looking at me like this.
It didn't stop for at least 25 minutes.
So I'm laughing hysterically because this guy's gotta be 5 feet away from Susan. So I keep going like this, letting the homie know I'm all right. Ended up talking to these kids from Colombia, super cool ass like 19-year-old kids from Colombia. Had absolutely no idea about like what America was like. Didn't even know where they were going. They were just like, yeah, we just left Medellin, we're from the slums. We left the slums of Medellin 2 days ago. The first thing they asked me is they're like, where do people speak Spanish at? And I was like, pretty much everywhere, you know, a lot of Mexicans in Texas and California and the Southwest. And in Florida, you got the Cubans, and New York and Philly, you got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and stuff. And they were like, what about Nashville? And I was like, no, they don't speak Spanish there. I was like the one place where I was like, they definitely don't speak Spanish there. And they were like, that's where I want to go. And I was like, why? And they were like, Taylor Swift, she's so sexy. I love Taylor Swift. And like, that was like their fantasy, was to just like cowboy and cowgirl. Like, it was that simple. And I realized like, damn, not every migrant is like at the end of their wits. Like, some of them just want to have an adventure. And that's what these kids were on. And I was like, are you guys worried about getting deported? They're like, nah, we'll just come back again. And so that was interesting. So I chopped it up with them. They were asking me about my tattoos and shit. A lot of them, you know, were funny and shit. Yeah, there was some bullying happening in the pod because there was this kid who wouldn't stop crying. And you know, like, we're not talking about crying. Like, he was like, you know, and no disrespect because I'm sure he was going through it, but like, there's 50 dudes in there. Half of them are trying to sleep. Some are trying to watch Marley and Me. I keep trying to run the dude up for Capri Suns, and this dude in the corner is blowing everybody's high. And so he's just like, ah! And so I go up to him, naturally being someone that tries to empathize with people. I'm like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, Nepal, Nepal. I was like, yep, Nepal. And he points to his wristband and it said like Nepal 18. So he was from Nepal. And I was like, yeah, Nepal. And he was like, Nepal, Nepal. I was like, God, this guy sucks. But he was cool. He was just so bummed out. And just found it crazy there was people all the way from Nepal and shit. I would say that in the 4 days that we were locked up at the facility, we probably saw 10,000 people being processed from all walks of life, from all countries I could even think of. Countries I didn't even know existed. Uzbekistan, the hell's that? Like, some of them, it was a really difficult situation with the translation because most of the Border Patrol agents speak Spanish and English. So they're on the phone with the fucking Bangladeshi consulate being like, do you claim this man? You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, they got phones and translators and shit. Kid from Nepal is crying. Got Congress people from Kathmandu being like, bring him home. It's a fucking nightmare. It's like you're in the UN. But man, I saw so many people.
While I was detained, Elliot and Juan did their best to continue the shoot and walked around Eagle Pass asking people if they knew of something going on.
We went to the smoke shop to get some rolling papers, and the locals there, they told us about some street races that were going on.
I started recording, there was first race. all of a sudden, like, you know, and I just happened to be recording, thank God, like, you know, and fucking, so I got this gnarly car crash on camera, and then the smoke clears, and you can just see the fucking, like, the carcass of that fucking car, like, left there. Oh my God, they were saying it was some $300,000 car that was on Street Outlaws or something like that.
As night began to fall on the first day of my detention, Elliot and Juan went to a local bar called Cooters, expecting me to be released at any moment.
Free them boys! Free my guys! Free them boys, bro. This shit's fucked up, bro.
Then all of a sudden, the guards come back about 3 hours later. They say, everybody except Callahan, get on the bus. Everybody from the pod fucking leaves. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm trying to get out of here. And they were like, yeah, your case is kind of a weird one, and the courts are pretty backed up right now, so we're just gonna have you hang tight, all right? See you in a bit. Fucking as soon as all the homies leave, 60 new guys come in. So I'm sitting alone. All these migrants start dumping into the pod. I'm like, fuck. So this nightmare repeats itself over and over again, to the point where even the guards realize they're being a little bit too harsh. So they put me and Susan in a solitary confinement cell together. It was the best moment of my life. They were like, Callahan. And I'm like, oh, am I getting out? They were like, you and Susan are going to the hole. We can't have you fraternizing with these illegal aliens that seem to be taking a real liking to you. And I was like, shit. So they put me and Susan in the cell, and it's 62 degrees. When I talked to an immigration-related journalist later, they said they refer to these rooms as the ice boxes. How do you say it? Hieleras? Hieleras. And they purposely make them as cold as possible to like send a message to migrants, so when they get out and they go back and tell their families or potential people who want to cross, like, yo, it's freezing in there. So it's 62 degrees, and also like the thing that I didn't even know that fucked me up is no natural light. And I'm not talking about the beer, I'm talking about the sun. Like, it fucks with you. I didn't like really understand that I was dependent on the sun, like as a human being. Like, I never saw the sunlight, and I was like, oh fuck, thank God. But when you're just like in a room where the lights never turn off, there's no bed, there's no pillow, there is just the cold, hard ground, a vent blowing out 62-degree air, and a little like bench type situation with no mat on it either. And it was horrible, especially because I had no idea how long I'd be in there for. They wouldn't tell me when I'm getting out. I was like, am I getting out tomorrow or the next day? Dude, 2 days go by. On the beginning of the second day in the processing center, they decided to separate me and Susan, they say, for legal reasons. They said that because our case was ongoing, there were concerns that we were conspiring to provide the Department of Homeland Security with a false alibi, and so they moved us both to solitary confinement cells. Yeah, no, it was crazy. I was sitting there in my cell, stinking up the place. No showers, no hand soap, and also like, just like wondering what my bros were up to. I can only imagine how they must have felt. I mean, they must have been worried sick thinking about, you know, what I was going through. Like, I just imagined how hard it must have been for them to know that their homie was being held in a small concrete cage.
So all of this happened to be going down during Halloween weekend.
What up, Annie?
So at one point, like, yeah, and like, it was funny. It was like,
bro?
are we really gonna go to a Halloween party right now while our boys are locked up? It's like, I don't know what else to do. Like, we gotta get this footage. Like, let's go see what's happening in Eagle Pass.
So we go out Saturday, we go to the Halloween party.
Chetta, of course, gets us the address. We pull up, and it's like, I haven't been to a party like this in a while. It was like solo cups. There's like a pool that fully clothed people are like kind of swimming in. Like, everybody's dressed up. They're playing fucking goddamn square dancing music. Like, the whole fucking, the party was popping. It was, it was lit. It was fucking lit.
We were like all rolling around with cameras, and I was just like telling people to jump in the pool, and they would jump in the pool. Best shit ever.
Yeah, so learned how to square dance that night. That was sick.
Thankfully, they also did as I would do, and found a rapper to freestyle by the end of the night.
You already know, coming up from the 830 to the 405 with my native tribe, spitting this alive, spitting this shit to survive. You already know, we're coming up and so live. Yeah, with the border crisis, you already fucking know. Fuck ISIS, you already fucking know.
It's been 36 hours, coming up on 48. Now we gotta call somebody. Now we gotta reach out and like keep people in the loop and, you know, kind of make like a team. I was under the impression that if Susan or Andrew got a call, they were probably gonna call like the wife or the mom or the girlfriend, right?
Madam
So
Mana.
basically had to give them a hard call and be like, hey, I don't know how to say this, but you know, our boys are locked up right now. I'm really not working with much information, but I do know that if they get a call, one of you three is gonna be the call. Let's have an open line of communication. We started a group chat, like, you know, just so we could all be on the same page, just like keep all the worrying to like a minimum. It was a super intense situation. It was kind of at first, it was like, haha, oh shit. And then like,
Haha,
now it
oh
was like, all right, now
shit.
they're being in there for almost 2 days with no information. We have no idea what's going on. It was super real. It was starting to feel like fucked up. And then, you know, your mind starts wondering like, holy shit, maybe this is way more illegal
Oh,
than
solo
I
bolo.
anticipated. Like maybe there's actually the thought of like, you know, them being in jail for like 3, 6 months, a year, like that started becoming like an actual possibility. Like, fuck.
As night fell on day 3, hygiene became a real issue.
We start really stinking. And so I start requesting showers. I'm like, please, can I shower? Please, can I have a mat? Please, can I have a pillow? Can I have anything? And they were just like, no. You know, I was like, all right, well, can I get a phone call? They're like, nope, nothing. No access to any of that shit. So I was just requesting Capri
Hey,
Sun
I'm
after Capri
glad
Sun
that
for
it's
like
working
3.5
right.
hours.
Finally, they let me get one phone call. And so I call my mom. I'm like, yo, I'm okay. Tell my girl I'm okay. Let all the homies know I'm good. I just want people to know that I'm safe, you know, and not, you know, beheaded by the cartel or some shit.
And so it was time to get in touch with some lawyers. And so we had literally pulled up to some
Breast Cancer Awareness Festival or something like that that they host every year.
Still not having a fluid understanding of what exactly my charges were, Elliot and Juan
I
went
do
to a local
sometimes, but most of the
nonprofit
time I'm
event
solo.
to speak with some lawyers, immigration lawyers specifically, who were offering free consultations.
My name's Edgar Juarez. I am originally from South Texas, but I'm here living in Eagle Pass, Texas. I am a criminal defense attorney.
So, hypothetically,
okay,
if an American citizen was, for some reason, to want to cross over illegally, what would the ramifications be? Would they, if they got caught by Border Patrol?
Okay, so if you're talking about a U.S. citizen that's in Mexico, and he decides to do a trek across into the United States as if he didn't have
Come on, dude.
to cross, and he were to cross,
Like, why you gotta try to steal his shit when you can't even wipe your own ass? You're 0-2 and you're trying to steal Warwick's shit. Putting me in a bad situation.
To the United States, you need to enter into a port of entry. There are designated ports of entries, and you need to enter through that. And if you don't,
It's
and
fine.
you present for yourself for inspection,
It's fine.
that's a federal offense. A lot of people don't know, but it's my understanding that when astronauts
Yeah, I don't like playing with people because when I
come back from space and they land
I feel
in the
bad
United
about it
States, they actually have to
sometimes.
go through customs. Because why? Because they're entering into the United States. When you enter into the United States, you need to present yourself to immigration.
Oh, this Warwick is about to
so
catch this heat.
that you're here in this country legally.
That was the craziest shit. He was like, yeah, even when fucking like astronauts come back, like they have to check in with Border Patrol. And
End of day 3, about 3 in the morning. Officer Javian, you're the fucking homie. You're watching this, Javian. You're the coolest Border Patrol agent in the whole world. He knocks on the door. He's like, you guys want to get a shower? Man, he walks us out of the building. Okay, we get to see the moon. I don't know if you ever seen the moon after spending 2 days locked up, but it's nice. I'm looking at the moon. I see the stars, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's nighttime. I didn't know it was nighttime.
Oh my gosh, that freaking
The stars and the calm of night. You know what I mean?
just hit a bomb on me.
To look out there and see the highway and be like, damn, the homies have.
I am
So he lets us get a shower.
currently sober one.
Time you need. We get out of the shower. Bro gives me a Camel Crash.
It's Plant 2 last month. It's been rough.
Bro, thanks for the cigarette, real shit, and the shower.
It's been rough. What about you? Do you play?
Finally, must have been 6 o'clock in the morning. The night before, they finally moved me and Susan into the same cell. They let us watch The Matrix, which I'd never seen before. It's pretty dope. And then this one Border Patrol agent comes by, and he's like, "You boys ready to see sunlight again?" And we're just like, "No way." He just drops us off at the fucking gas station.
What do you play? This echo is pissing me off.
I wonder how many people have gotten out and just went straight to the bean dip across the street. For real.
Guess what they didn't take?
The SD card? I knew, I was like, bro, I don't know if you boofed it or like hit it under like on some blood diamond shit where you just like hit it in the fucking dirt.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. It's good to be out.
Oh my god, bro. Holy shit, I'm so happy to see you.
You ever
guys.
play Wild Rift?
Chief of police? Sheriff?
You put a mic on him?
Yeah.
Should we talk about what happened? Or should we... I don't want to go near there.
Yeah.
Few words could describe the joy of leaving that god-forsaken, awful place behind. I could hardly believe it only been 4 days since I was in the Mexican countryside admiring free-range cows and stressing about my next YouTube upload.
Where there's Clash of Clans. I played a lot of Clash. Kinda gets boring though.
Texas with a newfound appreciation for my own freedom. All of a sudden, simple choices like the ability to pick what meal you want to eat for lunch felt like the privileges of a king. And for the first time in a very long while, I was able to completely detach myself from anxieties about career, reputation, status, legacy, and other non-tangible things that can
Bloons Tower Defense was so lit when it first came out.
And just focus completely on the delicious cheeseburger, truly living in the moment and feeling
I've never played PUBG though.
Being alive and free. After a long drive home, Susan and I realized we'd both received letters from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office. Thankfully, they decided to drop our felonies, but still charged us both $5,000 as a penalty. And since that's exactly
full
what the
HP
Coyotes
still.
apparently expected us to pay them, I'd say that all things considered, we broke even. But still, Susan and I made
He doesn't have all.
after this journey, and that was to never ever go back
Yes, he
to
does.
Pass, Texas. But shortly after our release, the journalism gods spoke to us, informing us that 700,000 American truckers were headed to Eagle Pass as a part of the God's Army convoy to defend the border.
700,000 vehicles? That's the prediction here. The Take Our Border Back convoy is headed there for a rally planned for Saturday.
This is the time for us to rise up as the American...
I mostly play League of Legends. I play some RuneScape every once in a while.
This, of course, came after Governor Greg Abbott decided to deploy Texas state troops to seize Shelby Park and prevent the Border Patrol.
I don't know, I don't really play much. I played a little Path of Exile 2 when it came out.
Among the convoy participants, apparently, was former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin and rock star Ted Nugent. And so for this special occasion, Susan and I decided to break our pact and headed back to Eagle Pass.
You know,
yeah, you're freak.
The Holocaust didn't even happen. It happened. And it's going to happen again if we keep this up.
You're getting free stuff when our own veterans and homeless are on the streets where others are getting hotels.
If you want to see our new episode, Defend the Border Convoy, go to our Patreon.
This Caitlyn is uber fed right now.
Patreon.com/channel5. As many of you know, we are a completely independent, primarily crowdfunded news organization. And it's your monthly support that makes this all possible.
But they get boots.
Pretty much it. The vibes are mellow, things are chill. This park is called the Children's Ranch, but it's not for kids, it's for all ages.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55, we don't fuck with custers, and 5 is the best number.
Fuck us.
In the middle of the Sonoran Desert, hidden behind Border Patrol vehicles
Really?
and makeshift tents, were hundreds upon hundreds of migrants, all of who hopped the U.S.-Mexico border in the past couple hours.
I've been trying to.
It was a shocking sight to see.
I've streamed the past 3 or 4 days.
Herded like cattle on the cold desert floor, sitting in silence, awaiting an.
It's kind of awkward most of the time just sitting here with just a camera recording myself and no one's in here but me. But that's fine.
Despite these conditions, spirits are generally high.
That's okay.
Because most of these people have traveled days, weeks, and even months just to get here.
Maybe I need to be more entertaining. What should I do to be more entertaining?
But there are also many children.
America is at a breaking
You fucking smacked by this Luxie like it's nothing.
These people's lives are at the center of the national conversation, but they could care less. They've finally made
Yeah, most of them are bots, but that's fine.
A nation allegedly
bots add up.
The principles of liberty and radical individuality, where anyone from any walk of life can make something out of themselves.
I guess they call them detainees. They've been walking on this road. This road runs for 12 miles, 12 or 13 miles.
Hey, thanks.
What it does is it parallels our
Ah!
fence. On the other side of it, on the Mexican side of it, is Mexican Highway 2. So the cartels have a really easy job.
That's two
They
alts
just run
down,
the people
trying to chase
off
the
of
dog.
Highway 2 and then through the wall. The wall has many of those cuts that I told you about earlier, where they run the people through. And so the immigrants just walk down this road.
Right, so as you guys can probably see right here, that's a group of 5 migrants who just hopped the border, and they're walking directly into Border Patrol custody.
Well, you spelled boring wrong, so no, I don't want to buy your art.
That we just encountered. So typically when you think of the border, at least me personally, I thought it was like people hop and then try to evade Border Patrol and make their way to a large U.S. city to start a new life. But in this case, you can see they are putting themselves directly in the custody of Border Patrol to begin the asylum-seeking process. Like they're not trying to evade or anything. A Border Patrol agent agreed to speak with us, but didn't want to go on camera. Normally, agents are not allowed to be interviewed, and all press requests are typically deferred to a public information officer who rarely ever responds. But in this instance, the agent seemed exhausted and eager to tell me what was going on.
No, there's very few of them evading.
How come?
Well, because they allowed them in. They don't evade because they'll let them come in. They load them in the vans. They take them up to Phoenix, give them a $3,000 gift card and a cell phone, and send them wherever they want to go. You get a court date. You have 2 years to show up in court. That's the reason they give them a phone, because they're saying if they don't give me a phone, I don't know when I'm supposed to go to court. So they give them a phone.
At first, I was confused what the Border Patrol agent meant when he kept referring to they. To the naked eye, it appears that Border Patrol is the one handling and processing the migrants, but they're only the first step in a chain of bureaucratic authority that goes up to the Department of Homeland Security, then finally up to the Department of Justice's
So annoying, dude.
Immigration Review, which is more or less controlled by the Biden administration, who've taken a much more open arms approach to immigration after pulling back Title 42 just about a year ago. But despite pushing for more lax border laws in comparison with President Trump,
The wall just got 10 feet taller, believe me.
Biden hasn't done anything to make the process of applying for citizenship any faster. In fact, it still takes between 18 to 24 months to get a response on a citizenship application. And
Well,
it's
I'm working
actually
on it. I'm gonna do
possible
a
to be
solo
denied
bolo.
citizenship if you fail to memorize and regurgitate fun facts
I just
about the history of America.
gotta grok it.
How many amendments does the Constitution have?
It has 27 amendments.
Good. Which group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves?
Africans.
Good. Excellent.
So it makes sense why a lot of migrants, many of whom are facing desperate circumstances, avoid the citizenship application process altogether. I wonder if my great-great-grandparents, who were economic refugees that fled Ireland in the wake of the potato famine, experienced such an arduous process when they arrived to America illegally. Unlike these migrants who arrived at the southern border, my family arrived on boats to Ellis Island 115 years ago. Much like Roberto and Alberto, who we
You
interviewed
people
in our previous episode,
make me
Arizona
mad.
Border Crisis, they found themselves in a strange new land with pennies to their name. They had no particular plan, but what they did have was the willpower and determination to work as hard as they could with the hopes of one day
Cheap
providing
price
a
is
brighter
free.
future for their family.
There's like
And it worked.
90% chance that you're a man
Who died 30
disguised
years
as a
before I
woman
was born.
to
I
sell
wonder
stuff
if
on
he was
Twitch.
asked who Paul Revere was, or what the Boston Tea Party was all about. Was there a concern back then that these migrants weren't American enough to join our society? Or is that way of thinking a new phenomenon, driven by the paranoia of a white minority?
An analysis of census data from the Brookings Institute projects the
Y-
number
yeah,
of
you-
white
you
Americans
100%
will
a
fall
man.
below 50% for the first time ever
100.
in about 20 years, 2045.
Or perhaps it's less about race and more about the burden of inheriting global poverty when we have so many problems of our own. I guess times have changed a lot too. It's not like there was fentanyl or cartels back then. And most immigrants plan to move to America forever, not stack up money here and go back home. I don't have the answers, but I do have a lot of questions. One question in particular: how can we as Americans expect to propagandize the entire world with our dreams through Hollywood, the music industry, and the testimonies of self-made American billionaires, while simultaneously exploiting the labor, crops, and raw earth materials of developing nations,
Easy as
economies
fuck.
of our political opponents through trade sanctions, and creating rival drug cartels with our insatiable appetite for cocaine, fentanyl, meth, and heroin? and not expect a global economic refugee crisis at the southern border. But that being said, no matter where you stand on illegal immigration, I think we can all agree that our system, as it currently stands, is broken.
We have a legal process for immigrants, and it's being done by some, but it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, so it needs to be sped up for those with skills and those who want to come and build skills and be Americans and be proud to be here and work and better their lives and their families. And the treacherous journey that they have to take across the border and through the desert, you're losing lives that way. And so I just hope in 2024 we can rectify this problem and help those who want to get here legally.
It appeared that all of the migrants who were walking directly into Border Patrol's hands were approaching from a westbound road called Puerto Blanco Drive, a narrow dirt pathway running through the national park. So I decided to drive down the road to see if I could find some migrants to speak to. First, we see some signage warning us of what's to come. Truthfully, I don't expect to see much, but as I continue down the road, they seem to be spawning out of thin air from all angles. Most of them in a rush, we're told, because their cartel coyotes told them they had to get to the Border Patrol facility by nightfall in order to be transferred to a larger processing center or dropped off in a major city. But I noticed a group of a few of them walking pretty slowly, so I called them over to the car to see if they want to talk. How you guys doing? Where are you guys from? From Senegal? You're in America. How does it feel? What's the plan?
Traduction, traducteur.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you guys tell me about your life in Senegal? How was your life in Senegal?
I don't watch those people. I don't watch a lot of other streamers.
Welcome to the United States. Where you from, man? Senegal. You guys are all from Senegal? Yeah. Okay, cool. You speak English?
Plus 15 gold.
Oh, cool. So how was your guys' life in Senegal?
The life in Senegal is very, very hard, you know.
Chaos and unrest in Senegal once again. The opposition leader urged supporters to take to the streets to protest against his jail sentence.
The political government is bad. Opposition are very difficult to manifest her problem. We are here to get another life for our family, for our people. We are very tired in Senegal. Senegal is very hard. That's why we come here.
Just kill the Lux! Just kill the Lux! The Lux is right there!
Is a good people. Donc, democracy.
No thank you.
They are good life, you know.
What kind of work do you want to do?
Me? I was a soldier in Senegal. I do two years in the army, you know. After my 2 years, I was a security private, you know.
Security? Yeah. Okay, cool. So you're going to look for a security job?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man, well, best of luck, man. I appreciate you guys. Hope everything goes well.
Okay.
See you guys later. See you, man.
Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, see you guys.
Bye, guys.
After stopping to speak for a bit, the group of Senegalese men headed westbound toward the Border Patrol facility. We, however, kept driving. As you continue to drive along the border wall, you can see people popping out from under the wall in a specific part of the fence that's being guarded by an SUV on the Mexican side. Nearby, I see a group of mothers and children who appear to have recently just crossed the wall. They tell me they're migrants from Michoacan. The mother of these children, who personally financed their trip, says she's willing to talk to me.
Mi pregunta es, ¿cómo fue tu vida en México?
Pues muy cruel, hay muchos asaltos, matación, todo eso.
¿Es muy pobre?
Sí.
¿Por qué quieres ir a los
2
Estados Unidos?
teleports.
Porque como le comenté, estamos huyendo de la delincuencia y para un futuro para mis hijos.
¿Qué quieres para tus hijos?
Pues que estudien allá.
¿Hoy es tu primera vez en los Estados Unidos?
Sí, es la primera vez.
¿Y qué piensas?
Pues que echarle ganas con mis hijos y sacarlos adelante y no... Pues sacarlos de la violencia.
¿Hay mucha violencia?
Sí, mucha. Por la gente que andan pues así, como robando, quitando a los niños y todo.
¿Pero es peligrosa para los niños también?
Sí, es peligroso.
¿Qué tipo de trabajo prefieres?
Pues yo depende de un trabajo que sea honrado y todo.
¿Y tienes planes para asilo?
Sí, tengo para eso vengo, para que me den apoyo.
¿Qué significa asilo?
Pues que ayudan a las personas con los niños que vienen de México para acá.
¿Es un proceso fácil?
Pues yo digo que sí.
¿Y vas a sola
hablar con la migra y decir yo tengo problemas en mi país.
Sí, así es.
Sí. ¿Tienes una ciudad que quieres ir?
A California.
¿California?
Sí.
¿Qué ciudad en California?
Victorville.
Victorville.
Ajá.
¿Tienes familia en Victorville?
Sí, tengo
Sí.
familia.
¿Fue tan caro el viaje?
Sí, fue caro.
¿Cuánto?
10,000.
10,000 para cada persona o todo.
Para los viajes y más aparte que nos piden 12.
12.
Sí, cada persona.
Necesitas trabajar para un año para eso, ¿sí?
Sí.
¿Y tienes miedo de deportar?
Pues sí tengo.
Sí. Pero no sabes ahora si eso es en tu futuro.
Pues no sé. Dependiendo ya de que esté allá con la migra, ellos deciden.
¿Qué piensas sobre la migra?
Pues yo pienso que nos van a ayudar, ¿no? Para eso vamos. Que ojalá nos ayude.
Cuando tú fuiste joven, ¿tienes sueños de los Estados Unidos?
Pues sí tengo sueño.
¿Por qué?
Pues porque...
¿Por qué?
Pues, dicen que hay mucho trabajo bien y todo.
¿Piensas que todas las personas en México quieren ir aquí?
Yo digo que sí.
Okay. ¿Qué piensas? Ok, muchas gracias. Hasta luego. Sí.
Midway through my shoot, I had an interesting revelation. It seemed that almost every migrant of Latin American descent, particularly Mexican, that I talked to, said they were leaving their hometown because of threats from gangs or being kidnapped by the cartel. In our previous episode, Arizona Border Crisis, we spoke to two different migrants, Alberto and Roberto, who reported similar stories.
Por los carteles nos sacaron,
¿Sí?
nos sacaron de las casas.
¿Qué ciudad de México vives?
En Veracruz, es que gobierna el cártel de Jalisco.
Sí.
Sí, pues te piden cuota y como si no tienes dinero, ¿de dónde les vas a dar?
Sí.
Y pues te sacan de tus casas.
Somos el grupo Matacetas.
Y estamos amenazados que no podemos regresar.
Hay mucho movimiento de eso de las drogas y todo.
Sí.
Muy feo.
However, many locals and law enforcement personnel believe they're being disingenuous when they make these sorts of claims, because applying for asylum requires the proof of persecution or imminent danger. During the asylum-seeking process, it's typically not enough to declare that you're simply poor and looking for a better life elsewhere. You have to provide ample justification that it's actually dangerous for you to stay in your hometown or your home country. And even then, many claims are rejected.
That's so
And
annoying.
claiming that the cartel is personally after you is a really easy way to be granted asylum, especially because there's no real intelligence apparatus to confirm or deny the authenticity of this threat. The concerned citizen of mysterious origin who we met at the Arizona border last episode claims that cartel coyotes that control the human smuggling route around the Lukeville Gringo Pass area are coaching these migrants in how to explain themselves.
Yeah, if you want to make it for free, you make anything you want for free.
Cartel or somebody is coaching them because they
anything you want for free, you can make it.
Their lives are in danger from gangs in these areas, and they've been threatened with kidnapping. And we've even found a notebook that had those kind of answers
no, thank you.
down, as if the person was
see.
rehearsing these statements to say when they were, when they confronted the Border Patrol.
To be honest, this made perfect sense to me. I'm not for a second dismissing that narco violence has had a significantly negative impact on the civilian population of Mexico, especially in places like Ciudad Juarez, where hundreds of women have been found murdered for no apparent reason. But I found it difficult to believe that cartels were systematically kidnapping local children in their own communities and squeezing their non-affiliated, already struggling parents for ransom pesos. It seemed like they had bigger fish to fry, like supplying the open-air trank market of Philadelphia,
big money,
or the fentanyl market of San Francisco. That being said, even if these migrants were lying, or at least greatly exaggerating the cartel threat, they've still gone to extreme lengths to reach the United States. So their situation back home was obviously pretty hopeless. If anything, it's more sad that they have to present their situation in this way in order to be able to engage our immigration courts. However, some people, like the gentleman we interviewed, believe the poverty they claim to come from is also a lie.
The part that alarms me, what you used to see 10 years ago, you would find these cheap Chinese-made camouflage backpacks that were purchased by the crossers in these border towns. And they would get across the border. The backpacks would invariably break or something like that. Now we're finding these Louis Vuitton leather.
Hope you have a nice night.
We found
Morning.
one just the other day that was lying on the ground. We opened it up. In the top compartment, there was a bottle of cologne and a UCB C cord. Neck pillows. This is a different demographic completely.
I decided to walk through the Sonoran Desert to see if what the man was saying was true by inspecting backpacks left behind by migrants.
You guys, guess what it is? USB-C charger. Staying fresh.
Another luxury item.
Yeah, it's kind of like a passport. It's an international certificate of vaccination stamped from the Republic of Guinea. See what else is in here? Oh, and lo and behold, the aforementioned, totally authentic Gucci slipper. We spoke to this gentleman earlier, if you guys remembered, who mentioned that these migrants, unlike the old migrants, are bringing like luxury items like Gucci purses, Louis Vuitton flip-flops,
Louis Vuitton!
Prada bags and stuff like that. And so as you can see here, someone has left behind a Gucci slipper, but as you can see, it's not actually Gucci. It says on the heel right here, Zaza. Obviously in America, Zaza is a type of weed.
Zaza. Where's Zaza? Where's Zaza? Zaza. Zaza. Zaza is the best weed in Florida. Best weed everywhere. Come on now. We don't bullshit.
But internationally, I would assume it is a variant knockoff of Gucci with the pattern, which leads to another theme, which is the mass production of knockoff luxury and designer goods in the third world. I don't know if you guys have been to Vietnam or Nigeria before, but the place is fucking Gucci down.
Another thing I noticed along the border fence were blue flags and water stations that were placed every quarter mile on the way toward the Border Patrol facility.
Yes, as you guys can see, pretty much all along the border fence, like this entire way, every quarter mile or so, you'll see these giant blue flags. I'm not sure who puts them there, but they're basically what I'm assuming to be emergency medical services. They have like a giant thing of water right here. So if you want to get some water, you can obviously get some water and shit. They have cups here.
Upon further research, these tanks of water and flags are left behind by Humane Borders, aka Fronteras Compasivas, an Arizona-based nonprofit that sets up hundreds of water stations along the border to provide hydration to migrants, which in the summertime, as temperatures can rise to above 120 degrees in the desert, can be a matter of life or death.
People dying out in the desert. They were dying because they didn't have any water. So the next day I read another article about this. 2 people dying because they didn't have any water. So the third day, there was a mother and a daughter that died out here in the desert because they didn't have water. So I got pissed off. I said I have to do something 7 days a week. We're out here in the field putting out water for the migrants.
If you're interested in donating, please go to humaneborders.org/donate. Last year alone, nearly 100 migrants died crossing the border in that 5-mile section where we filmed this video. And the sheer number of migrant deaths that occur in the Arizona desert as a whole, solely as a result of dehydration, is staggering. This in mind, 75% of migrant deaths happen in the summer months, so it's no surprise the winter months of December and January see the highest migrant traffic by a large margin.
What's up, right now?
Not much.
Where are you coming from?
Yeah, I'm from West Africa.
Oh shit.
From Guinea, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no easy ball. Yeah, by God and power, you know? Respect.
How long has your journey been so far?
Oh, though. Nothing to say. That's fucked up, though.
How'd you get to Mexico?
Oh, yeah, so... let me drink a lot of water fresh after that, so we can talk, okay?
You want some water?
Yeah.
We got some, brother. We got some. How long ago did you leave Guinea?
It's been a 2 week. I live in Guinea. After Guinea, so Senegal, Dakar, to take to the plane to go Istanbul, 28 hours to escort. Then Istanbul to Bogota, San Salvador, Nicaragua. So you pick up the car to go to the borderline to Nicaragua and Honduras. You know, then you go to immigration Honduras just to take 1 paper. You know, then take a bus, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico. Mexico, the cop is Mexico is fucked up though.
The cops?
Yeah, my bro, damn.
Like the Mexican border patrol?
Mexican boy, yo, I spending $5,000.
They extorted you?
Yeah, though. The guy is take me my watch, my heart, in my airport, you know, because I don't have the money, man, you know, in my pocket. I use my car, my bank. My car bank, you know.
So you finally made it to Mexico, and then what happened?
They finally Mexico, We take one bus to go Chapachula. Chapachula is too far. Then, yeah, Chapachula, we take one bus again to continue Arriaga. Arriaga again, we take a taxi, the yellow car. Yellow car, then bike, horse, to the three cycles bike. After that, Shujitan. Then after Hushitan, Mexico City. Mexico City, we go to the bus station to buy a ticket. Right, we take a bus again. 1,070 miles.
From bus in Mexico City.
Exactly, yeah. 2,070 miles.
And you ended up near here.
2 days in the bus. You know, then when you arrive there, so I make it 2 days because I met the Spanish, the Mexican girl enter the bus station. She got so much love for me, bro. Yeah, she followed me and that's the first, to the first meet. This is the Mexico bus station. You know her baby. Yeah, just to drink one beers again. It's popping. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah. Oh damn. Back. It's not easy, but thank God.
So what's your plan now, bro?
Is my plan to the next episode.
Yeah.
After these things, but difficult to explain it. But that's in God power.
As the sun began to set and darkness approached, we figured it was safer to go back to the Border Patrol facility. When we returned, migrant population had doubled, and spirits were considerably lower than they were in the early afternoon when we first arrived.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Tienes hambre? ¿A dónde eres?
Fucking annoying fucking little bitch.
Sí. ¿Estás bien?
Sí.
¿Qué pasa, mi amigo?
Tengo hambre. Sí.
¿Cómo fue tu viaje?
Está mal. Estoy muriendo de hambre. Solo agua no están dando.
¿Quieres comida?
Sí.
Okay, yo tengo. We have food in the car, right?
Gracias.
Sí. ¿Qué es tu nombre, amigo?
Miguel Yat.
¿Qué?
Miguel Yat. Miguel Yat.
¿Cuántos años tienes?
Tengo 34.
Sí.
Sí.
¿Tienes hijos o hijas?
Sí, tengo. Tengo hijos. Tengo 4. Son 6 mis hijos. 3 varones y 3 mujeres.
¿Y ellos viven en Guatemala?
Sí, vivo en Guatemala.
Sí.
Sí.
¿Y por qué viajes a los Estados Unidos?
Pues es que allá no tengo terreno, no tengo casa donde vivir. Por esa razón tengo que viajar. Sí, pero tengo que esperar la voluntad de Dios. Sí.
¿Crees en Dios?
Sí, soy cristiano.
Sí. ¿Católico o no?
No, soy evangélico. Sí, soy evangélico.
¿Y qué quieres hacer aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Quiero superar, sacar adelante mi familia.
¿Quieres trabajar?
Sí, quiero trabajar.
¿Qué tipo de trabajo quieres
Lo que
hacer?
sea, lo que caiga, yo rasque mi vida.
Sí.
Sí,
¿Tienes una ciudad que quieres ir o no?
lo que sea. Sí, mi cuñado me va a encontrar allá en Estados Unidos. Sí,
¿Fue tu primera vez en los Estados
es mi
Unidos?
primera vez.
¿Qué piensas?
Sí, sí, estoy pensando en viajar, pero lamentablemente salió muy mal el viaje. Va.
¿Qué lo pasó en la viaje?
Pues mire, cuántos días ya llevo un mes de venir acá y pasando en los bodegos y así está pasando también. Y aquí no hay comida, no hay nada. Sí.
¿Cuántos días fue tu viaje?
30 días. Ya lleva 30 días, ahorita un mes cabal.
¿Fue caro?
Sí, sí.
¿Cuánto cuesta para todo?
¿Cómo así?
¿Cuánto cuesta para usted viajar?
Como 100,000. Sí, 100,000 me están cobrando. Sí, y como para pagar eso, si no me voy.
¿Fue peligroso?
Sí, fue peligroso.
¿Por qué?
Porque pues nos venimos escondidos. Sí.
¿Sientes que la gente americana está bien?
Sí, sí, está un poco bien, pero no, pongamos uno, si va a encontrar uno, lo matan porque no lo conozca uno.
Midway through my interview with Miguel Yate, I began to put two and two together. When Miguel referred to having to hide a lot while crossing the border, he wasn't referring to coyotes. He may have been referring to one of the many civilian border militias that often lurk the perimeter of the border fence.
The local sheriff does not welcome their presence on Arizona's border with Mexico, but they say they're not breaking the law.
In many documented cases, these militia groups are alleged to have opened fire indiscriminately on migrants crossing the border fence illegally.
Sí.
¿Tienes familia o amigos aquí?
No, no tengo, vengo solo. No tengo nada.
¿Solo?
Solo vengo.
¿Vas a hacer asilo político?
Sí.
¿Es fácil para hacer eso?
Pues no sé, fíjate. Me concedo un trabajo, va. Me voy con usted. Necesito recuperar mi familia, más seguro.
¿Tienes una esposa?
Sí, tengo. Sí, por eso tengo que salir.
¿Qué tipos de trabajo te gustas?
Pues lo que hay yo voy a trabajar. Lo que sea, sí, voy a hacer.
¿Puedes hablar inglés?
No puedo. No, solo español.
Pero puedes decir cosas como hello en inglés, ¿sí?
Puede ser, sí, aprendiendo.
¿Hay mucha gente de pobreza en Guatemala?
Bien hay.
¿Y cuando tú fue joven fue pobreza también?
Sí, pobreza. No tengo casa, no tengo terreno. Es la misma. Por eso tengo que ir a ganar dinero para superar mi familia.
¿Dónde vive tu familia ahora? ¿En una casa?
Pues solo tenemos prestado una casa nada más.
¿Hay mucha violencia en Guatemala?
Pues la verdad que no hay. Solo pobreza, que no hay dinero, no hay trabajo, pues. Sí.
¿Qué es tu sueño para tu vida?
Sí, mi sueño, pues, regreso un día, compre mi autobús o mi carro, a comprar mi terreno y a construir mi casa. Sí.
Soon after our conversation, Miguel's name was called, and he, along with hundreds of other migrants, began gathering in a single file line to board commuter buses, which were told leave the migrant processing center at 6:30 p.m. sharp every day. Groups of 40 to 50 people, often called micro-caravans, begin emerging and heading toward the bus to get a good place in line.
Hola, bienvenidos, ¿cómo estás? ¿A dónde eres?
México.
¿Cuántos días fue tu viaje?
2 días ya.
¿Estás bien?
Sí, algo cansados, pero...
¿Asilo aquí?
Sí, asilo político, ahora sí que por problemas de la comunidad y algo que le pasa a mi hijo. Se meten mucho la gente mala con los niños, entonces de verdad yo quisiera que me apoyaran para sacar a mi hijo porque yo no quiero que a mi hijo le hagan ningún daño. Pues ahí sí yo preferiría algo como de cocina o en alguna casa, a limpieza.
Sí.
Me he costado llegar hasta aquí y batallándole con mi hijo.
¿Y qué ciudad prefieres?
Frescovalle, Arizona.
Ok, sí, muy cerca.
Sí.
¿Quieres decir una cosa para los americanos?
Pues que nos apoyen y ahora sí que nos vean con buena cara porque pues yo pienso que todos merecemos algo mejor, ¿no?
Sí. Good luck, guys.
After our brief interview, the mother and her son headed to the bus line, and to my surprise, more and more migrants began emerging from all angles headed toward the bus. I wanted to speak to some more people about what their journey was like and what sort of life they expect in the United States, but it seemed like the commuter bus was probably reaching its maximum capacity given the amount of people I saw gathered nearby. So I figured the best place to continue doing interviews was actually in line, where Border Patrol agents were checking migrants' passports and photographing them for documentation purposes. Despite a gentleman's earlier claim that we have no idea who these people are because they shed all of their ID after hopping the border wall.
What they do is when they come through the wall, they shed any type of ID. No one has any idea of who these people are.
Almost everybody in line had valid passports and documentation, like this pair of cousins who came directly from Guatemala and initially told me they left because of violence and extortions.
¿Cómo fue su vida en Guatemala?
Hay mucha violencia y la economía está muy...
¿Qué tipo de violencia?
Se le digo extorsiones.
Ok.
Extorsiones.
¿Y ustedes tienen familia aquí?
Sí, mis hijos están acá, en Los Ángeles, California.
¿Tus hijos están aquí?
Sí, yo vengo luchando por estar con ellos. Intenté 2 veces, pero nada más me hicieron un retiro.
¿Cuántos años tienen tus hijos?
El primero tiene 21, la segunda 17 y el chiquito 12.
¿Y qué tipo de trabajo quieres hacer?
Pues a mí me encanta trabajar en casa, en restaurante y cuidar niños, ¿saben?
¿Es difícil para cruzar la frontera aquí?
Sí.
¿Fue caro o no?
Pues la verdad que como venimos así viajando nosotros por nuestra propia cuenta, pero sí, 18.
¿Cada persona?
Sí.
¿Piensas que América es una tierra de oportunidad?
Sí, la verdad que sí, no queda
Sí.
la menor duda, sí.
Sí. ¿Por qué?
Porque nos da oportunidad de trabajar y, o sea, ganar mejor que en nuestro país.
Sí, por eso sale de nuestra tierra uno, los abandona, pero es por algo bueno, para apoyarlos.
¿Tus padres son en Guatemala?
Sí, solamente eso.
I began to learn that it wasn't necessarily safety or quality of life that made America a better choice than Central America. You're actually much more likely to become a victim of property crime in somewhere like Detroit, New Orleans, Baltimore, or even San Francisco than you are in rural Honduras or Guatemala. It more has to do with our minimum wage and the dramatically inflated value of the US dollar in developing nations. For some perspective on just how lopsided our economies are, let's use the standard 9-to-5 American work week as a measurement unit. So that's 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, totaling 40 hours of work every week. With our federal minimum wage, which is about $7.25 an hour, that would mean the average American minimum wage worker makes $290 per week before taxes. If you work that same job in Guatemala City, under the minimum wage that they set, which is weekly, not hourly, you make 846 quetzales a week, which is about $108. Meaning, even if you're making the bare minimum in America, washing dishes, picking berries, or cleaning houses, you'd still be making triple what you'd make in Guatemala or Honduras working the exact same job. It's almost common sense for a lot of these migrants to enter America, work as hard as they can, save up a bunch of money, and then go live a nice life back in their home country. And on a domestic level, it's actually happening in America, especially on the West Coast. Due to the skyrocketing cost of living, absurdly high tax rates, and overall mismanagement of California.
The LAO said lawmakers and the governor should consider billions in cuts to programs, including those related to education, the environment, and transportation.
Hundreds of thousands of upper-income Californians, especially those working in the tech sector, where stay-at-home remote work has become the norm, have fled the state en masse to reside elsewhere, in states like Arizona, Idaho, Montana, and of course, Texas, where the cost of living is significantly lower and the tax codes are much more relaxed.
3 big names in tech are all packing for Texas.
It has to do with taxes. The states that have been winning more recently are the states that don't have any state income tax or corporate taxes.
This mass exodus of Californians has disrupted the economies and political landscapes of many of these states, causing many Texans to adopt slogans like "Don't California my Texas," which refers to the progressive political views often held by California's economic migrants, who are, of course, seeking tax havens in red states.
Texas doesn't want you.
Politics aside, these migrations have been successful in saving Californians a ton of money in the long run. To be honest, I personally moved out of California for economic purposes as well, to save money, and to be able to provide my family with a higher standard of living. And I wasn't fleeing any kind of danger or poverty. So aside from being a federally tax-paying citizen, what's the difference between me and someone immigrating illegally? It almost feels like they have more of a right to immigrate to America than I do to a red state. It's not my job whether to say that illegal immigration is right or wrong, but I'm just saying, from a market, hustle standpoint, it makes perfect sense, especially if the border is wide open like it is now. Anyways, as the buses prepared to leave, a final group of stragglers arrived, speaking Bengali. They said they were from Bangladesh. I've never met anybody from Bangladesh, except a taxi driver in New York City 6 years ago who told me that the traffic in Bangladesh's capital city, Dhaka, was so bad it drove him into a suicidal state of depression, prompting a permanent exodus from his home country. I wanted to interview these migrants, but unfortunately I don't speak a word of Bengali yet. Still, that didn't stop me. But bear in mind, as you watch this, that I have no idea what they're saying.
স্বাধীন দেশ গণতন্ত্রের জন্য উদার স্বাধীন এই জন্য আমি আসছি, কারণ আমি জীবন রক্ষার জন্য আসছি। আমার পর হুমকি হয়েছে, আমার ভাইয়ের চাকরি চলে গেছে, প্রাইমারি স্কুলের চাকরি করে সে ক্লাস হইলে। আমার ওয়াইফ একজন প্রাইমারি স্কুলের টিচার, সরকারি টিচার মোসাম্মদ। 7 অক্টোবর 1900। আমার জন্ম তারিখ 12/6/84। আমার নাম মোহাম্মদ আব্দুল আওয়াল শেখ। পাবনা জেলায় আমাদের বাসা।
Mohammed comes from Pabna district, a majority Muslim city of 3 million just west of the capital.
আমি এলডিপির সাথে জড়িত। এলডিপিতে যোগদান করি 21 ফেব্রুয়ারি 2000 অলি আহমেদের নেতৃত্বে এলডিপিতে যোগদান করি। এলডিপি পার্টি আমার খুব ভালো লাগে। কারণ এলডিপি পার্টির একটা নীতি আছে আর অন্যান্য পার্টির নীতি নাই আমলিক পার্টির নীতি নাই কারণ
This is all very, very interesting. Muhammad is a member of the Liberal Democratic Party in Bangladesh, a group led by Oli Ahmed, a revolutionary who was the first Bengali military official to revolt against the occupying Pakistani forces in 1971. This led to the Bangladesh Liberation War, in which Bangladesh came out on top and won their sovereignty. Oli Ahmed's party, the LDP, is allied with the even more powerful Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or the BNP, who in the past 2 decades have been extremely active in their resistance to the current Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's organization, which is called the Awami League. Since Sheikh Hasina came into power in 2009, the BNP and the LDP, which Muhammad belongs to, have accused the Awami League of rigging the elections and fixing the ballots to keep Sheikh Hasina in power, leading to mass protests and, in some cases, political violence, especially during the elections of 2018.
The opposition activists staged a protest in Dhaka. They wore black gags over their mouths to condemn the election.
Police fired rubber bullets and tear gas to disperse stone-throwing opposition crowds, blocking major intersection roads in the capital, Dhaka. Many opposition activists and leaders were beaten up by the police, and hundreds were detained. The opposition blames the government for the crackdown. The government said the programs by opposition parties are intended to destabilize the country and make people suffer.
After the 2018 election, tensions continued to escalate between the Awami League and BNP, leading to the arrest and imprisonment of opposition bloggers, teachers, activists, and journalists associated with the BNP.
It's more than 20,000 opposition leaders, activists, and supporters have been arrested since late October.
Last October, just months before the election polls opened, Sheikh Hasina took things a step further, declaring the opposition party to be a terrorist organization and calling for the immediate arrest of any and all public BNP or LDP members, including Muhammad.
আর অন্যান্য পার্টির নীতি নাই আমলিক পার্টির নীতি নাই কারণ একদিন আগেই নির্বাচন হয়ে যায় ওরা যায় না আমি এলডিপি পার্টি করি আমি খালি জীবন রক্ষার জন্য এই দেশে চলে আসছি যুক্তরাষ্ট্র একটা স্বাধীন দেশ এ দেশে আসলে আমার জীবন বাঁচবে সেই জন্য আমার আব্বা আমি মোটামুটি ঢাকা আমার বোনের বাসায় আশ্রয় নেই আমার বোনের বাসা ঢাকা মিরপুর সেখানে আশ্রয় নেই ওরা চায় যে খালি আমরাই ক্ষমতায় থাকি স্বাধীন বলে কোনো কিছু নেই ওদের কাছে স্বাধীন 23 সালে আমি বাংলাদেশ ত্যাগ করে এই স্বাধীন দেশ যুক্তরাজ্য আমার খুব ভালো লাগে 20 তারিখে মেক্সিকো ঢুকি আর আমেরিকা আজকে 29 তারিখে আমেরিকা ঢুকছি আমার ওয়াইফের কথা তুমি জীবন বাঁচাও আমার আব্বার কথা তুমি জীবন বাঁচাও আমি যদি জীবন আজ যদি বাংলাদেশ থেকে না আসতাম তাহলে আমার
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. To my surprise, the buses still hadn't left yet. So thankfully, this gentleman was able to get a seat. I knew from watching the news in previous weeks that these buses were a major source of controversy when it came to the border issue. As indicated by their Texas license plates, these buses were funded by Governor Greg Abbott, who in the past 2.5 months has sent over 75,000 migrants from Texas and other states into 6 sanctuary cities, notably New York City and Chicago, whose immigration and housing resources are being dramatically exhausted by these buses.
So this is kind of the famous buses that I've been, hearing about in the news. As you can see, this big-ass charter bus just pulled up with Texas license plates. And right as it pulled up, they divided everybody into 2 lines. They're just going to load everybody up on these buses. I'm not sure where they're going to go, but yeah, it's bus time, baby.
I decided to commit wholeheartedly to following this bus to wherever it would go, which I should note is not illegal, given that I'm a member of the press. The bus began on Puerto Blanco Drive and drove eastbound, back toward Arizona State Highway 85, a 2-lane road that crosses directly into Mexico where it becomes Mexican Highway 8. For reference, that's where we filmed the initial episode in this series, Arizona Border Crisis. We followed this bus for several hours, past multiple Border Patrol checkpoints, and ultimately onto an Indian reservation called the Tohono O'odham Nation, home to a highly sovereign Native American tribe that owns a 75-mile stretch of the U.S.-Mexico border, much of which has no border wall. For this reason, the Tohono O'odham Nation is a hotbed of human trafficking and drug smuggling. Everywhere you look, there are signs for missing women. And the Department of Homeland Security has created a tactical patrol unit called the Shadow Wolves, comprised of military-aged Native American men from the tribe who use ancient tracking techniques to stalk drug smugglers through the desert. As we followed the migrant bus through the res, it abruptly made a left turn down a dirt road. Okay, so we just followed this migrant bus all the way from the border in Lukeville, about 120 miles inland, and now we are at an airport. It's a regional, small airport, and parked horizontally in front of us. From out of nowhere, a helicopter landed directly next to our car, and then tribal police came in from the dirt road, blocking us in, and then told us that we were not allowed to film on the Tohono O'odham Nation land unless we got a written permit from the tribal council. And since the tribal council wouldn't be in office until 9 a.m. the next morning, that meant we had to stop filming. The tribal officers were quite courteous with us, but still insisted that we leave and escorted us away.
If they're concerned about that, obviously we're concerned as well, and we have people out here who are following federal agents. Well, I appreciate you guys' cooperation.
Yeah, thank you for doing the story you're doing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The tribal police escorted us off the property, and we drove in the direction of Tucson. They followed us the entire way until we left the res. This left me with many questions. Seeing the tribal police obviously collude with the federal government to directly keep me away from documenting whatever they were doing was quite strange, and my mind ran wild with conspiracy theories about what the heck they were hiding. I realized at that point that I was only getting a small part of the picture, just speaking with migrants who had immediately crossed the border into the US. It seemed like the group really calling the shots and pulling the strings were the coyotes, who appeared to be playing our broken immigration system like a fiddle, and probably making billions every month. And so my new journalistic mission began. I began to ask different migrants and other people involved in that whole world if they knew any coyote who would go on camera and give me a full tour of their operations. At first I thought, this is going to be impossible. What kind of coyote would want to go on camera? But I learned that most coyotes actually see themselves as Harriet Tubman-style freedom fighters, transporting the poor and needy up north for a better life. And so I got in touch with some coyotes who said they wanted a chance to explain themselves to the world. But there was one problem. They weren't anywhere near Arizona. They were in a city called Piedras Negras, which is directly across the Texas border from a town called Eagle Pass, Texas. A town of about 28,000 people that in the past couple months has seen more illegal immigration than any other city on the entire border.
On Wednesday, Border Patrol agents apprehended more than 10,000 migrants.
Scenes like these have happened too often in the last month, making Maverick County the deadliest area for migrants in this 10-county border region.
And so I caught a flight to San Antonio, rented a car, and drove to Eagle Pass. At first, I asked the coyotes if they could walk over the border and meet me in the United States. But they said that was way too sketchy. So I enlisted local rapper Cheta Blanco to escort me across the border.
Keep me a strap on my lap and a strap in the back. Riding with 20 bags of the gas in the trunk, gotta serve like the whole Eagle Pass.
So we're gonna go into Mexico. We're gonna meet up with Coyote, professional Coyote. Coyote's gonna be the person that crosses you. So the person that's, trained person to go through the desert, go through the river, get you to your pickup over here in the United States. So
if you want to see our new episode, Texas Border Crisis, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/Channel 5. As many of you know, Channel 5 is, has always been, and will continue to be completely independent and powered 100% by your contributions of $5 every month.
Saludos desde Piedras Negras, Coahuila. Saludos para Piedras.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with costers. And 5 is the best number.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrew Callahan y hoy estamos en una ciudad que se llama Eagle Pass, una ciudad en Texas muy cerca a la frontera.
In our previous episode, we were in Arizona, in Gringo Pass, covering the border situation there. But in the grand scheme of human traffic, Gringo Pass is small potatoes compared to Eagle Pass.
In the past couple of years, or past couple months, Eagle Pass has kind of been the center of the border crisis in the U.S., mainly because the border here is less fortified.
It's a river instead of a wall, and you can't build a wall in the river, I don't think. Plus, from a population perspective, Eagle Pass is in a pretty remote area, and so for a long time, our government paid it no mind.
The Border Patrol and ICE's budget is about $17 and $18 billion per year, and they spend most of that money fortifying more traffic borders, like the border between El Paso and Juarez, San Ysidro and Tijuana, and even Laredo in South Texas.
Which has caused the cartel that controls human smuggling routes along the border to shift their operations to this dandy little town, which up until this year was virtually unknown, aside from being the place where No Country for Old Men was filmed.
Eagle Pass has been on the map recently, more in the past 1, 2 to maybe 3 years, more than it's been like its whole life.
The scene yesterday in Eagle Pass, Texas has become quite familiar.
Texas has taken control of a park in Eagle Pass in the fight over the state's razor wire on the border. The Biden administration is asking the high court to let Border Patrol officers take it down because it's interfering with federal law.
Thousands are crossing here. Like we had like a couple weeks ago, like 6,000 crossing one night, like just caravans of them come through. Elon Musk came a couple weeks ago. I feel like, I mean, it's cool he's coming and putting some attention on it because we're trying to get help. Like this is getting out of hand. Like a lot of business owners are complaining. It's getting like to be a big deal, you know.
In our previous coverage along the Arizona border, I got the chance to speak to many migrants of different origin. Some from Guatemala, some from Guinea, some from Senegal, and some from Bangladesh. And though their stories were all quite different, the common thread between them was economic uncertainty and political instability in their home country, which they were happy to tell me about. What I wasn't able to gather a lot of information about was the actual process of being trafficked by a coyote. And so after leaving Arizona, I came into contact with 2 coyotes who live in Piedras Negras, the town across the border from Eagle Pass, who had somehow seen my show, and so agreed to give me an interview, as well as a complete ride-along and a tour of their operations. However, their meetup instructions were pretty sketchy. They refused to meet me across the border in Texas, and instead insisted that I walk over the border on foot to meet them on the other side. So I figured that just to be safe, I'd find a local bilingual friend to help walk me across and make sure nothing crazy happened. So I hit up local rapper Cheta Blanco to essentially be my escort.
Riding with 50 racks, so I keep me a strap on my lap and a strap in the back. Riding with 20 bags of the gas in the trunk, gotta serve like the whole Eagle Pass. And I got EP on my back, so I do what I do to put us on the map. Remember way back in like 2016 when young Cheta had married the trap.
Cheta is born and raised in Eagle Pass, and growing up had a lot of friends and family who were involved in the coyote business.
So how much does it typically cost to have a coyote transport you across the river?
It can go, I've heard different ranges. I've heard 5,000, 10,000. That's just like crossing the river. Then you still have to pay a couple thousand to like get taken up to San Antonio. Because leaving Eagle Pass, there's a checkpoint. Like any city you go to from here, you're gonna get stopped by Border Patrol just to make sure you're a U.S. citizen, and then you're good to go. So really, you gotta pay another couple thousand to make it out of the city. So yeah, people end up spending like 20 bands, bro. Like to go from Mexico to Chicago, San Antonio, anywhere up where they're trying to work. They spend 15 to 20 bands for sure.
And do a lot of migrants cross without the help of a coyote?
A lot of them do. Surprisingly, like I came across some, and I even talked to some. They say that with zero money, they came over here walking, like from Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, like all these different countries where the country's just so bad. They don't have like there's no light and water sources, there's no food, like things like that, no jobs obviously. And they said Mexico's like the hardest part, that the police will always rob them, like $10, $20 that they might have, anything, they'll take anything off of you, like.
On Friday, they clashed with Mexican police here wearing riot shields. Some migrants jumped into the river using rafts to get across.
I'm very for them coming here and bettering their life. That's the thing. Like, I'm very for, like, I wish we had room for everybody, but there's just got to be a more structured way for sure. Like, I don't know the answer to it, but the answer to me is not send them back, because there's nothing for them. You're sending them back to where they can just get killed, starve, and live a life of poverty. Like, I wouldn't say sending them back is the answer. We got to figure out how we can budget and how we can have them here, you know?
Yeah. 1 p.m. was the time that I was scheduled to meet the coyotes, who told me on Signal that they were waiting for me on foot in a plaza across the bridge. Cheta told me it takes no more than 5 minutes to get into Mexico from Eagle Pass. No border patrol, no customs, no nothing.
We're literally right at the bridge, so a couple 100 feet over there is the river. We're gonna walk over the river, over the bridge. We're gonna meet up with a coyote, professional coyote. He's gonna take you through his route. You're gonna go probably like over some like desert areas. So basically you're just gonna go through what an immigrant would have to go through without papers, for sure. How to cross into the United States with no papers.
Let's do it, man.
Let's do it.
Have you gone over there a lot, like growing up?
All the time, bro. I come and buy medicine. I come and get my contacts. Like a pair of contacts is like $8, bro.
We first pass a toll booth with 2 attendants who barely notice us.
It's pretty crazy how easy it is for us to cross.
Yup. If you got $1, you're good.
Cheddar gives the teller $1 and the border opens.
Thank you.
So we're now basically entering Mexico, and it was that easy.
That easy, bro. Once we get to the end of this bridge, there is like a little hut you go through, but they don't check for ID. They don't pat you down, nothing.
They don't check for ID.
They don't check for ID at all.
But then on the other hand, is that a Border Patrol boat?
Yeah.
So that's the Rio Grande right there. Huh?
Yep. Oh, look, they're getting married right now.
Oh,
hell yeah. Hey, congratulations!
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're getting married on the bridge, so he or she gets her citizenship.
What?
So, yes, that's how it works.
Well, some say it's the right way to come into the country. Others argue it's an immigration loophole as they exchange vows and say, I do, at the doorstep of our border.
So one of them is probably like full Mexican citizen, and one of them does have U.S. papers. So one of them marrying the other allows the other to now become a U.S. citizen.
30 seconds after witnessing the fascinating border marriage, me and Cheddar arrived in Mexico and entered the plaza where the coyotes said they'd be waiting.
All right, so we're in Mexico now. We're in Mexico.
At first, we couldn't find them.
Oh shit, I think these fools are over here, bro.
Then, in the corner of the plaza, we saw 3 dudes. One with a gold chain and 2 others. I wasn't quite sure, but I think these are my guys.
What's up, bro? What's up? How you doing? Andres. I'm you. What's going on, man? What's going on, bro?
To my surprise, these dudes couldn't have been older than maybe 20.
¿Qué es la plan? ¿Qué vamos a hacer?
Vive la experiencia, vaya, ¿no?
No, es mi primera vez.
¿Eso sería su primera vez?
Yeah, sí.
I told them it was my first time meeting a coyote, and they seemed a bit apprehensive. One of them began throwing up gang signs, and the other abruptly asked everyone except for me and my cameraman to leave.
Tú y tú, nada más.
Sí.
No, pues trataremos de tomar un taxi, iremos a punto donde lo vamos a llevar y para comenzar.
Para comenzar.
Pero nomás les pediría que sean muy discretos porque
sí,
hay varias cosas que pasan y no quiero que ocurra algo malo.
Simón, be like as discreet as possible.
They say the larger our group is, the more likely we are to draw negative attention.
Sí, nomás queremos que sea discreto y si pues van a grabar en la cámara, pues no sé si me puedan borrar a mí la cara.
Sí,
por favor. Sí, porque no vaya a ocurrir algo mal. Pero pues bueno, vamos a darle, ¿no? ¿Quieren la experiencia?
Sí,
vamos.
To be honest, I was a bit alarmed here. My mom always taught me there was safety in numbers. And I crossed the border with Cheddar Blanco and my 2 cameramen, Larry Susan and Elliot. That made our collective number a solid 4, which is a good number. But now it seemed like if I wanted to continue the shoot, I more or less had to cut my crew in half. So I had to do a stern risk-reward analysis in regard to the potential danger that could be ahead. After all, I have 2 dogs to take care of, and not everything is worth it for the content. I recall about 2.5 years ago when I first began to take journalism seriously, my parents sat me down and gave me a simple demand. No cartel, no ISIS. And it was clear that if I continued the shoot, I'd be breaking Rule 1.
Yeah, you're so fucking annoying.
I wasn't about to leave. And so I sent my crew back to Texas.
I will see you back in Texas.
All right, brother, be safe.
All right, see you guys.
Keeping only Larry Susan by my side. As we enter a nondescript taxi cab, headed to God knows where. The taxi begins driving, eastbound, away from the border plaza and into the heart of Piedras Negras. For some context, Piedras is generally considered to be a pretty safe border town. It actually has the lowest homicide rate of any border town on the Mexican side, and is literally 10 times safer than Tijuana or Juarez. It's also where nachos were invented 80 years ago by a man named Ignacio Anaya, whose simple combination of cheese and tortilla chips irreversibly altered the course of history. Plus, according to the U.S. State Department's travel advisories, Coahuila, which is the Mexican state that Piedras is in, has a level 2 travel advisory, which means to exercise increased caution. So that's what I did. After all, there was no backing out at this point. We were in the complete custody of these 2 teenage coyotes, who said they were taking us to a spot along the Rio Grande where they'd been permitted to operate by a larger parent organization, which will not be named. We continue to drive until we reach the outskirts of town.
You piss me off, people.
The coyotes direct the driver to pull off behind the Oxxo, which is like the Mexican 7-Eleven. And soon, we're driving on a remote road past what looks to me like the projects or something. I'm not sure how to explain it. It looked like a trailer park built with concrete, if that makes sense. Abruptly, we're instructed to immediately get out of the car, which is alarming and honestly quite disorienting, given the fact that I assumed we were going to the river. But still, my options for escape are pretty limited, so I figured it was time to just play it cool and do an interview.
Officer, allá en el lado americano, sí, está Army, también hay en el lado mexicano. Okay. Y esto también nos puede causar problemas a nosotros.
They found megastructures under the pyramids. Your dad might have been right all along. No shot, did they really? Massive underground structures found beneath Giza pyramids spark ancient energy grid conspiracy theories. How did we never know they were there before? What the fuck? Call my dad, hold on. Give me 1 sec. I don't even know if this is real or not yet, but let's see. Hey, you guys still awake? Is Dad there? Okay, put him on real quick. Did you see they found megastructures under the pyramids? Yeah, well, what do the ancient alien experts say? Just now reading about it, but using synthetic aperture radar tomography, they scanned and found a large system of tunnels underneath the 3 major pyramids stretching 2 kilometers. Well, I don't...